Good evening and welcome to this HSO Gold Star event, which is the Motostate 500, using a NASCAR, as in National Stock Car mod, based on the 1969 season. As you can hear in the background, the drivers are out on track. I do apologize that we are a tad bit late tonight, but I wanted to make sure of a few things that needed checking out. Let's see, we'll do all of that afterwards. So let's apologies, there we go. And we can see that Mick Chapman in the number 48 Dodge is currently on screen. He was fastest in the practice session ahead of this qualifying run, and the qualifying is done in two hot laps in a private session, so only your own car out on track, but everyone can run at the same time. It's just to avoid everyone clambering over each other and generally causing each other heartache. As you can see, he's driving his Dodge right on the limit with the rear end being stepping out just a little bit as he applies the throttle through for there, but he jumps up into third. So let's see if we have anyone else left to run. Ray Riddle is out on track, so let's jump on board with him as he heads towards the line, and he will have one more lap to run, so we'll ride on board and I'll keep quiet for a little bit. Ooh, and he was really loose going into 3 then. Let's see, he jumps up into 16th. Let's see, Simon Watman is out on track in the number 19, finishing his first lap at 44.1. Hopefully for Simon, he'll be able to improve just a little bit here on his second lap. And he finishes his second lap, goes a little bit quicker, but still was a little bit behind. But David Yates lies in first in his number 32 Plymouth. So really nice lap time from him. A nice effort in general. And since we now have the opportunity, let's quickly look at a couple of things here. First and foremost, the Gold Star has its own point system, where Greg Goyson is in the lead on 5 points alongside David Yates and Peter Lavach. And equal fourth is David Junt and Jacob Fredriksson. I think there are a couple more on equal points, but we only show 5 to 6 drivers in these point standings. The points are given out dependent on the length, technically the length, but the time the event takes to finish. So I think it's 1 to 2 hours, 3 to 4 hours, 5 to 6 hours for the length of the races and amount of points given out. And for this race, I believe it'll be I think it'll be 6 points, but I could be wrong, given out to the winner of this event. And the Michigan circuit itself, which we raced in the kart series last weekend, sorry, 2 weekends ago I should say, is a 2-mile D-shaped oval. We'll be doing 250 laps tonight. There's a 12-degree banking at the start-finish line, which goes up to 18 degrees in turns 1, 2, and 3 and 4. And there's a 5-degree banking on the back straight. And there is a bit of trouble for the drivers around here this evening, because the cars are heavy, they are somewhat difficult to drive, and the circuit is a little bit tricky because coming out at 2, the track sort of tightens on them a little bit, so if they go on throttle too early, they will be in the wall on the exit. And in 3, the entry is very, very tight, while it opens up on the exit, so you need to unlimber the car as well as you can, which obviously won't be easy when you're driving with a lot of other cars around you. But we have, let's see, 4 minutes, so I'll take a quick break just to get a bit of water to drink during the race, and when I get back we'll probably be ready to head into the race, so hang tight and I'll be right back. And welcome back to this Gold Star event hosted by Historic Sim Racing Organization. We are just about done with the warm-up. We are just seeing everyone go out on track to have a quick run with a car full of fuel, since I'd assume at least everyone will have been running with very low fuel in their cars during the qualifying session. And we can also see that some of them, I believe at least, are doing some quick pit stop practice as well, getting used to as we can see the yellow car back there being very squirrely indeed. Not entirely sure who that is. I'll try to find him in the list here. I believe it will have been Bobolada in the number 37. But of course I could be wrong. And here we can see some of the struggles for them. Slow cars on the inside, people have to run around outside, and as you can see there, the number, I believe that was 68 of Alan Forster, went up into the wall. Of course he ran out the road when the track tightened up. Oh, that's not quite the right way to go into the pits there. But it's good that the guys are doing just a little bit of practice. So we can see number 19. I believe that's Johabol. No, sorry, that's not the 19. My apologies. But we can see that number 19 there had just a little bit of trouble in the pits. But we have about a minute to go here. And currently on race trim, a 42.2 is the quickest lap set by Dana Schurer, our USAC 1973 champion. You can actually see some sparks flying from a car there. That's a bit surprising. So there's a lot of cars that looks more or less the same in the field. So if I misidentify any cars, I will apologize beforehand here. We can see the number 43 car there is driven by David Junt, and that's the car that Richard Petty drove back in the day. A name that probably all of you will, if you are interested in motorsport, will recognize, as it looks like we are just about ready to head into the race session here, with everyone more or less having left the circuit. Yep, there we are. Let's see. Let's pick up David Yates. here we are, almost the whole field ready to go. We are missing one car towards the front of the field. It looks like that'll be a start from pit lane, or I'm not entirely sure who that would be, but anyway, we are on the safety car here. David Yates took pole position in his Plymouth. Second for Dana Schurer in the number 21 Mercury. Third for Mick Chapman in the Dodge. Juha Bors took fourth with his number 22 Dodge. Becknell took fifth in his Ford. Sixth was Martonen in... wasn't entirely sure what make of car that is, I'm afraid. My knowledge of American cars are somewhat lacking, but that's a Plymouth. 7th for Martin Lasina, 8th for Matthias Weber, 9th for Jason White, and 10th for Steve Parker. 11th David Jun, 12th Yves Placé, 13th for Alan Forster, and 14th for Filippo Marassi. 15th for Saber, 16th for Vidal, 17th for Hackman with 18th Jan Titz, 19th for Jason Whited.
Green flag, go, 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 go!
My apologies, we didn't quite get to go through the whole field, but the race is underway, and I'll try to get up to the front. There we are, as everyone heads into turn 1. Looks like everyone is more or less surviving the opening turn here. Oh, and we have cars in the wall back over here. Let's see if we can find out. That was Matthias Weber up in the wall, and I believe Adam Hackman will have followed him. And it'll probably take just a couple of laps here for everyone to get acclimatized to running these cars in traffic. We can see that David Yates is still out in the lead with Dana Schurer second, third for Martonen now, so he's climbed a couple of positions. With Chapman fourth, fifth for Becknell still, sixth for Jason White, so he gained a couple of positions in the early goings of this race. And then we have Martin Lasina in 7th, 8th for Steve Parker at the moment, with David Jun trying to go around outside of him in 9th.
Alright, yellow flag, back it down.
And we have a yellow flag here. Let's see if I can find out who that would be. Oh, that's for Bruno Chacon, who's unfortunately span off the track here. Let's see if I can possibly find out what happened to cause him to spin, but unfortunately that won't be possible. But we have our first yellow of the evening. And we got, I believe this is the beginning of lap 4. Before our first yellow. When I talked to Jason White ahead of the event, he was expecting it to be on lap 2 or 3, so we at least got one more lap compared to what Jason was dreading, which is nice to see. I'll just see if I can possibly up the engine sounds a little bit. something like that maybe, so that you can hear the engines just a little bit better. It looks like no one will take the call to pit lane here. Well, I do lie, we have one taker to the pit lane, which is Simon Wortman. And Bruno Chacon also heads into the pit lane, so maybe those two got together when the spin happened. Hopefully they have no hefty damage to repair. We can see that the pit lane is very tight. Yep, it's only a quick fuel stop for Simon Wortman. And I was told by Jason as well, if it's a fuel and tire stop, it'll be maximum 1 minute, and the safety car is going at 60 mph, so it should be about 2 minutes for the field to go around 1 lap. So hopefully Chacon, as I said, will be able to get out to the pits before the safety car and the field comes around again. It looks like he will get out ahead of the rest of the field. So that's nice to see, and my apologies, I just need to do a quick alteration here, if I can remember where that is in the controls. There we go, that should be us set for the event. My apologies, I thought I had that sorted already, but clearly not. To go through the field again here. First is Yakes, second for Schurer, third for Martanen, Chapman fourth with Becknell fifth, White sixth, 7th for Lassina, 8th for Steve Parker, 9th for David Jund, and rounding out the top 10 is David Saber. 11th currently is Placé with Hackman 12th, Weber 13th, 14th for Ridal, 15th Marassi, 16th Titz, 17th Whited, 18th Bolada, Bors 19th with Watman 20th and Chacon 21st. Oh, and Alan Forster is out. Wow, I didn't notice that, but Alan Forster is unfortunately out of this race. That's really unfortunate, and it looks like we have one more lap to run, so maybe Alan Forster went off the road and Chacon had to avoid him, and that's why Chacon was on the inside of the road. I'm not sure about that. Alan clearly picked up damage somewhere, he only did 2 laps, according to the chart here. But yeah, that's really unfortunate, because I was looking at him to have a pretty good evening here. Since he usually has pretty good races on the ovals. But Jason also told me that the tires doesn't wear that much, just like they doesn't wear as much as they do nowadays. They are pretty sturdy, so just like back in the day, you will see very few tire stops. It'll probably be 2 or 3, and it's not impossible that the drivers will decide to only change the right side tires to try and gain whatever kind of advantage they can in this race. Let's see whether the safety car will decide to head in this lap or not. Unfortunately not. Okay. So there must have been quite a bit of debris on the track for the safety car to stay out this long. But hopefully this will be the last lap of this particular safety car, and we can get back to racing and a bit of fun. Because I don't think anyone likes watching the safety car go around with the field behind it. My apologies if that has been on the whole time. Okay. Never mind what I was saying. I just noticed that I made a slight mistake in the settings, but it sounds like the revs are running high. They are, so we are going back to green flag here at Michigan.
Green flag, go, 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 go!
And the green is out and everyone stays high, because as per the rules back in the day in NASCAR, you are allowed before the start line to pass around the outside. Oh, there's contact there. That's Mick Chapman running out very wide. Got a tap in the rear from I think that may have been Mike Becknell. And as Becknell rubs the wall on the exit, but he still gets a decent run. Tries to duck out from behind Dana Schurer here, and Schurer runs very high up indeed. Looks like she is able to stay off the wall, but she will lose at least one position here, possibly more. Here Dana comes up the inside. Becknell. Oh, there's a sideways stuff from one that looks like that would have been David Junt. Luckily he was able to hold it. Very nicely held indeed. That could have been a big disaster. And here comes Becknell up the inside again. This is not really what you need this early on in the race, but if they both agree to it, then there's nothing wrong with that. And coming up behind Mike here is Steve Parker, one of Jason White's picks for the win here. We can see the cars really having to work to get through these banked corners. We can see that David Junt, that was indeed dropped quite a few positions with that big slide he had. And here comes Solada, Bose and Watman, and Chacon running a bit further behind, so they may have come together somewhere. But it looks like David Yates is still out in the lead, having enjoyed that lead since the start of the race, and he has a neat little gap back to Jukka Matanen. And then it's three in third with Shure, Becknell and Parker. With Adam Hackman. Oh, as Shure got a big tank slab coming off the turn there. And then we have White and Junt. Oh, that's Junt who was in the other blue car then. That was Martin Asina. My apologies for misidentifying the car. And into turn 1 we go, and everyone more or less sliding the car. Or their cars, I should say. The draft for these cars makes a bit of a difference, but as we can see, it's mainly in the corners to gain the speed, because Adam Hackman here has been sitting in a 3-car draft and is barely getting any closer. Oh, Steve Parker looking up the inside of Becknell, who was looking up the inside of Dana Shure. So everyone is racing relatively hard here. But now they've spread out just a little bit. And David Junt just holding on to the back of this now 4-car train, where Steve Parker got it very sideways indeed going into 3. We can see Mike Becknell using the throttle aggressively through 1 and 2 there. Had the rear end a bit all over the place. But they have dropped away from Dana Shure for the time being. Looks like Dana has her line down to a pat, while Mike is struggling just a little bit. Steve Parker now going up the inside of him here. That could very easily be Steve Parker going up into 4th position. And he does. Becknell looks up the inside. Oh, there's contact. Oh, hold on to it, Steve. Hold on to it. Oh, now Hackman is sideways. Down onto the grass he goes, but gets back up on the track. Don't think there will be a yellow call for that. And David Junt did a good job avoiding all of that. And we can see there's a bit of a difference in the driving style. Mike was on the throttle all the way into the turn. Steve Parker backed off a little bit earlier. Oh, and Parker really sideways on the inside there. And Becknell running a very wide line, still, but he has the room to drop back into line, so I think he'll be happy with that. Let's see if he can use this drafting opportunity. Ooh. We can clearly see that the difference in driving style makes it a little bit difficult for Mike here, and David Junt was able to take advantage and slips up into 5th position here. And then we have Mick Chapman, who has made his way back up the field a little bit after his early antics on the restart. Lies in 7th, 8th for Adam Hackman, 9th for Yves Placé, and 10th for David Saber. With that is Jason White, of course, in the number 71, sitting in 8th, and Adam Hackman in 11th. In the number 67. Let's see if we have any other battles brewing in towards the back of the field, but it doesn't look like it. Still only Alan Forster out of this race, so that's nice to see that there's only one retirement. We can see Mike running a bit of a higher line. Still, going side by side back here for a moment between Placé and Sabre. We can see up ahead Jason White running a very wide line. These boys will really have to work tonight because, as I said, the cars are heavy, so they're relatively difficult to drive. The heaviness makes them a bit leery. You need to be right on top of it, really have to muscle the car to get it to where you want it to be. And that clearly won't be easy. You can see a lot of the drivers driving it on the rear end with the throttle. And we can see up ahead a bit of a battle brewing, so let's jump up here. It's David Junt, Mike Bicknell, Steve Parker, Mick Chapman and Jason White we are riding on board with here. And he is running a bit of a high line, still stays off the wall, so that's good. I think he will have got a bit of speed with him here. So he may get into the draft after 3 and 4 here and get involved in this. When Bicknell runs really wide, really high in 3, he really has a very different driving style to most of the others. I know he was a bit of a later entry compared to most of those around him. And here comes Jason White with a really good run through 1 and 2. He may have a look on Mick Chapman here, goes up the inside. And Chapman backs out of it. Lets Jason White run deep into the turn. And it looks like Jason White has held on to the position nicely here, so White gains the position while Chapman loses one, but still inside the top 10, and I think that's exactly where they want to be early in this race. Oh, and a bit of contact there I think between Bicknell and Junt. Up ahead. Junt sideways. Technically all of them sideways, but it looked like Junt was a bit more out of control than the others. David Junt working away on the rear end of Steve Parker here, trying to hustle him either into a mistake or to make them go faster, because the leaders are quite far up the road by now. So I think the best idea for them would be to work together, but doesn't look like everyone wants to play ball in that department, as Jason White almost ends up hitting Mike Bicknell. He had to back out of it, and here comes Mick Chapman up the inside, and he may take the position here. Oh, is he going to? Oh, Bicknell closes the door late there. Was a little bit naughty. Oh, dearie me. Jason White got it really crossed up, trying to get by Mike Bicknell. In 3 and 4, Chapman takes advantage and gains 2 positions out of nowhere. And White still stays behind Bicknell, so White lost 2 positions. Technically lost 2 positions there, because I think he was ahead of Bicknell for a moment or two. We can see here that Bicknell is sort of holding the rest of these guys up, and he drops now behind Jason White and will surely want to stay in his draft, because we can see here Junt and Steve Parker is running together, and they pulled away, running as a two-car train, trying to get up to the leaders who are already in lap traffic. So that's Simon Watman and Bruno Chacon, I think, who is being lapped. And they have been lapped by 3 cars now, and that would be Yakes, Martinen and Schurer. Let's see the rest of the field stream through here. Looks like it's more or less status quo in the top 11. Here comes a bit of a battle between, I'm not entirely sure what drivers that would be. Oh, and a slow car on the inside, that's Simon Watman, I believe, heading out to the pits. And here is the battle I noticed earlier between Tits and Riddle. Jan Tits driving the number 70, that's Buick Skylark. Back in the day, driving by the late J.D. McDuffie, who lost his life at Watkins Glen. I almost drew a blank there, in 1991, I believe it was. He went off in turn 5. That would be on the NASCAR layout, and unfortunately the car that crashed with him, I don't remember quite who that was, my apologies, took out the tires and... No, sorry, my apologies. He hit the tires first, went up into the air and landed on his roof, while the car that he crashed with went underneath him while he was in the air. Unfortunately, one of those what ifs of racing. But yeah, he was a pretty good driver, and as we can see, he raced for quite a few years. And here we can see Mick Chapman has caught up to these guys. And these guys is Steve Parker and David Junt. So now it's a 3-car train trying to catch the guys ahead. Well, as I say that, Chapman takes a very wide line, almost looks like he's trying for the pass. When he loses with the downforce with the slower car, that's Bruno Chacon and the number 58. And Chapman loses a position instead. I wonder where is... I didn't see Mike McNell in that image. Okay, I didn't quite recognize the car though. My apologies again. But he has dropped back because he's now in 8th. Oh, and Jason White! Jason White in trouble. I believe that was Jason White at least. It was indeed. That was a bit of a scary looking pit entry. We actually went into... Oh, dearie me. He made contact with Bruno Chacon and went up into the barrier and ended up having to go into the pits. Hopefully he didn't pick up any major damage with that. Technically unlucky for him, he didn't bring out the yellow to help him with the damage repairs, if he did pick up damage. It looks like he got the damage repair turned off, because that was a fairly quick pit stop, but he will still have lost a full lap by the looks of things. maybe. Oh, Simon Watman is out of this race, unfortunately. Oh, he blew his engine. And yeah, Jason White has lost a whole lap with that unfortunate situation. Hopefully he'll be able to get back up to speed here and keep running in this race. He gets back out in the line from, looks like more or less 9th or 10th. Oh, he still has a, oh, he has a puncture. Oh no. That has to be a puncture, the way his car just went straight ahead of him. And with sparks, so that's even more unfortunate. So that means he'll lose possibly 2 more laps right here. That's really unfortunate for him because he was doing a really good job up until that point. But still in the lead is David Yates. Second for Jukka Martanen and third for Dana Schurer, so status quo in between the top 3. David Junt is now in 4th ahead of Steve Parker, with Mick Chapman in 6th. 7th for Mike Becknell and 8th for David Saber. 9th now for Yves Placé and 10th for Adam Hackman, with the demise of Jason White. And in 11th we have Ray Riddle, 12th for Jan Titz, 13th for Matthias Weber with White at 14th, 15th for Martin Lasina, so even though he started far up the field, he has struggled to get back up to where he was. 16th for Juha Bors with 17th for Filippo Marassi, 18th for Bob Hulada, who is a lap down, and 18th for Bruno Chacon, and 19th for Jason White, who unfortunately has decided to retire from this race. I do understand if he's frustrated because he is one of those who, well, technically he is the guy who made this event happen.
Alright, yellow flag, back it down.
And we now have a yellow, so let's see if we can find out what has happened here. Oh, we have Mick Chapman off on the inside of the track here. Wow. So let's see if I can pick him up in the timing as well. There we are. Let's see. Oh, he just got. Oh, he was up the inside of Steve Parker on the exit. Actually made possibly a little bit of contact as he was under power, and he span off the road. That's very unfortunate for him, as we are now joined by, if I'm not entirely mistaken, that's Jason White indeed. That's very unfortunate, yes. Jason.
Well, I wanted to last 500 miles in this race, but I guess Bruno Chacon had other ideas. Yeah, I could see he was being lapped by the cars in front, and he slid up the racetrack, so I'm like, alright, I'll go down low. And he just keeps coming down, not aware of the fact that I was down there, and clearly wasn't using his mirrors, so it's... And he touched me just enough to put me out of control. And then I hit the wall, came in, tried to get the car repaired, but it was clear that the car was damaged beyond fixing, so I wasn't going to put other people at risk. And I parked the car, but that, that's really frustrating. I mean, this on a circuit like this, there's lots and lots of room. There's really no excuse for crowding someone like that. Certainly not when you're racing for position, and definitely not when you're being lapped. So I'm going to have a few words with him after this. That's just really Bush League stuff. Not happy at all.
I can definitely understand your frustration.
Yeah. On the other hand, you've got a broadcast partner now, so I suppose it's not all bad. Lots of people coming in the pits right now. This is probably a really opportune time for everybody to pit. And pitting under yellow in this mud is far more, far safer to do than under green.
That is That is very true indeed. Oh, I was on replay, my apologies. So yeah, as you say, a lot of people in the pits. Looks like more or less everyone who was on the lead lap has entered the pits, and it looks like Jonatan will have the quickest pit stop here. Because he comes out of the pit lane now. Yakes comes out. So either Yuka had decided to not change the tires, or he may have missed on filling up the car.
Yeah, perhaps. That's the thing with excuse me. That's the thing with this mod. You have to manually put in how much fuel you want in each stop. So,
which is somewhat unfortunate if you're used to the way Affector does it, with you deciding how many stops you do ahead of time, and the car is ready to be filled when you get into the pits.
yeah, well, even so, we're going to be doing more than 3 stops, and people would be in the position of having to add that fuel anyway. So, they just have to remember to do it a little sooner. It looks like we have more people. I think Bruno's coming in this time because this is the group that was a lap down.
Yeah.
And that will essentially, there goes, I was going to say that was going to put Matthias Weber in the lead, but he's going into the pits too.
As did Michal.
Yeah, so, Mick had an incident on the backstretch, if I'm not mistaken. I joined just in the middle of that.
Yeah, we did catch that. He was similar to your incident, about halfway up the inside of Steve Parker. It wasn't, both of them ended up on the same piece of road. Didn't seem like there were contact, so it may have been the so-called ghost contact that you can see in online sim racing at times, with the pings maybe not being perfect, and he span off on the inside grass, unfortunately. As we are also joined by Michal Janak. Good evening, Michal.
Hello, hello. Good evening.
Yeah.
Welcome to the broadcast. If you want to add anything, feel free to do so.
I'm just watching live coverage.
Okay.
And it looks like a very, very long race today.
Well, that last run actually was particularly long. It wasn't. That wasn't too bad, actually. I was having a really fun time racing with Becknell and a few other people, and I figured, and I kept expecting a yellow to come out at some point, and it didn't for the longest time. So I'm like, well, maybe things will go better than we thought. But up front, we've got the usual suspects. We got Jukka Matanen, who we're used to seeing be really good in these heavy cars, and then we've got David Jakes, who started on the pole in the Roadrunner, and someone who's no stranger to oval racing, Dana Schur in third, and we got Mike Becknell in fourth, which isn't a surprise because he's done a lot of oval racing in the past in the USAC series.
Then we have David Junt as well, who is equal fourth in the Gold Star standings, and is a driver. As long as he's given a setup or has a setup, can drive more or less any car.
Yeah, that's true. He's very versatile. But so are people like E plus A and Steve Parker. There's a lot of people in this race that, if luck goes their way, could easily, well, not easily, but if the chips fall their way, they could win. And because of the length of this race, it's 3 hours long at least. The first place car is going to score 15 points. So whoever takes the win is going to vault to the top of the standings immediately. Oh. Michal, why aren't you in this race?
The car is very unstable, especially behind another car.
Oh.
And I didn't want make the race better for anybody older. To be fast alone is one thing, and destroy the race to older racers isn't so fair. So I didn't start this time.
That is an understandable attitude. I I decided on that side myself, so I can't really tell you that that's wrong. So you took the right decision if you feel uncomfortable with the car in traffic.
Yes, the car was nearly good alone, but when I was few meters behind another car on the straight, the car was twitching and didn't went direct in a straight line. So immediately enter in the wall.
Ah. Okay. Oh, as we see, is that David Saber on the grass on the inside there? Yeah. Maybe he's falling asleep. Because with the length these yellows have been, that's a real a part of the difficulty staying
I don't know.
with it.
Given how difficult these cars are to drive, I would think the yellows would be a welcome break.
Yes, of course, but if the yellows are too long, you may lose concentration for a second, which it looked like David Saber did back then.
Yeah, and the same people would be complaining that the cars are too difficult to drive for such a long distance. So you can't have your cake and eat it. Cars coming in.
Indeed.
Yuka Matanen brings them back to the strike.
Green flag, go, 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 go!
Looks pink.
Well, we're going to have some action now. He got a good jump on that start. And he's got David right behind him. David is the defending Gold Star champion from 2016. The first Canadian champion in HSO history. And obviously he sees this race as an opportunity to put himself out front. And, ooh, man, his car got very loose there as he was trying to exit turn 2.
Yeah,
but it looks like
Dana Shura had that earlier in the race as well. It seems like a bit of a characteristic. Oh, Bicknell running wide here.
Yeah, well, Yuka drifts up the banking, and David Jakes goes back into the lead. That's sometimes all it takes is for a car to end. If you're just off with your entry trajectory just a little bit, the car will drift up the banking. You lose speed, and it's easy for someone to just drive underneath you. Yeah, look at David Jakes. He's got a beautiful line, getting right down below that first. Intermittent line. Oh! Man! Ooh. Like Beckman letting it all hang out in that LG DeWitt Ford Torino.
Looked like
Man.
a lot. Oh!
Look at how sideways these guys are getting. Good.
Oh no! That's contact! Oh dear me, that's a big one. That will be a big one.
Back it down.
Oh dear me, that's a lot of cars out, I
Adam
think.
Hackman. Oh goodness, lots of cars. The yellow
Oh,
flag's gonna be out.
yeah, that's completely
my
understandable.
goodness. I'm gonna go back and have a look at that replay from Becknell's point of view. Well, I have to. Goodness,
Oh dear me,
that's bad. But actually, I was watching those guys. All right, I'm gonna take a look at the replay from Mike Becknell's point of view because he's been on the ragged edge the entire time. And he has a tendency to slip up high. Actually, that doesn't look like it was the case. Oh, okay. All right,
looks
I'm
like
watching
he
now.
looks like he just entered a little bit too fast, maybe
Yeah, he did.
like he did with running with your group earlier in the race, and just caught him out too much this time.
I see what happened. He entered turn 3 and he hit the back end of the Richard Petty car driven by David Yunt, put him into a spin, and the impact put Becknell into a spin. So clearly it was Becknell who initiated the contact. And
we have Adam Hackman, Yves Blaset was involved. Looks like Jan Titz will have just about avoided all that.
Yeah, these guys behind this group were very unfortunate because they really had to act quickly. And when you make sudden changes in these cars, it usually sends them out of control. And poor David Yunt was basically T-boned by Becknell. And then Becknell went up into the wall and collected Yves Blaset in the Elmo Langley number 64. And then Ray Radal, I mean, a bunch of these cars just were unwilling participants because they just happen to run into them. So the question now becomes, how many of these cars are damaged beyond repair? Because the impact that I had with the wall was a fairly hard hit, but it wasn't, at least on the outside, it didn't appear insurmountable. So we're going to have to see, and I'm out of the race, so we're going to have to see how these guys, if they can repair their cars.
I'm struggling.
Jakes,
I'm struggling to see Mike McNull being able to continue. His car was completely wrecked. I don't think Yves Placé will be able to continue either.
well, we'll see. How many laps are complete now? Because mine is a little bit askew here.
Let me have a quick look. 45 laps has just been completed.
45 laps. So we're coming up. So we're coming up on the first 100 miles. So the race is about a fifth of the way over, and already we've got several cars with serious damage. I mean, if you're David Jakes, you're sitting there going, "Well, that's less competition for me."
Indeed.
And,
I feel really sorry for
actually,
Adam Hackman as well, who was involved in that, because he was a good 10 seconds or something back up the road, but he just couldn't avoid the car spinning.
Mike Becknell is now emerging from the pits. That was Adam Hackman. So it's going to be difficult for them to tell under caution how bad the damage is to their cars. That's one thing. So we're going to have to watch very carefully to see how that affects them when we go back to green. The one saving grace of this entire situation is that they could come into pits, make the repairs, and I'm sure that they've gone at least one lap down, but they would have gone many more laps down had it been a green flag situation.
Well, it looks like currently they are on the lead lap.
God, if that's the case, then they'll have really dodged a bullet. Not only will they have had their cars repaired, and they'll stay on the lead laps. That's pretty impressive if that's the case.
But I will wait until across the finish line to be entirely sure, because sometimes
I'm going to be really interested to see. I'm going to be really interested to see what happens when we go back to green. Meanwhile, we've got Dana Schurrer still up in third. I mean, these three, David Jakes, Jukka Matanen, and Dana Schurrer. I mean, Dana Schurrer driving the Wood Brothers Ford. Those of you who don't know much about stock car racing, the Wood Brothers have an interesting chapter in IndyCar racing. When Colin Chapman brought the Lotus team over in the 60s, it was not the first year he came over. It was the year that Jim Clark won, 1965. He realized that pit stops were the key to winning the race, or one of the keys. So he wanted to find one of the fastest pit crews in the business, and he did his research and found that the Wood Brothers in NASCAR were one of the fastest pit crews. So he contracted them to pit or take care of Jim Clark's car during the Indianapolis 500. And if you look at the photographs from that race, you'll see he comes into the pits. He's in his green and yellow number 82 Lotus, and there's the Wood Brothers out there with their white and red trimmed uniforms with a number 21 on them. And so they just brought what they had and pitted the car, and they ended up winning the race. So they were famous.
And probably picked up a pretty hefty price tag for that.
Oh yeah, but I'm sure it was a good payday for them. But the number 21 car is still that livery and that number font is still in use in the series today. Have you already asked what the? Have you ever already done the trivia question?
No, I thought I'd do that around lap 100 or something like that, and then do the answer at 200.
You're right. Let's table that. We don't want to play all of our entertainment cards for yellows too early.
But as Jason said, we have a trivia question that it'll come up a little bit later in the show, and it is a pretty difficult one to answer if you haven't followed NASCAR ever, and even if you follow NASCAR, I'd say it is a little bit difficult.
Yeah. Looking at the leaderboard, we've got David Saber in the car that's the sister car to Mike Becknell's car, the number 72 car, which was driven by Benny Parsons in 1969, a guy who, for part of his life, lived in Detroit, Michigan, as a cab driver. And one of my, I have actually some history with Benny Parsons. An uncle on my mother's side of the family was a pit crew member for him in the ARCA series. Oh goodness, look out! I think we're going back to green and people are getting bottled up. But anyway, he was on his crew and he was in the ARCA series.
Green.
Championships in the late 60s. So it would have been about the same time. Alright, so, and speaking of which, looks like David Saber was one of the best to come out of that. He's up to third place now, sliding underneath Jan Titz in the J.D. McDuffie Buick, and Dana was clearly the one who lost out the most. She slid up all the way back to 5th place. Oh, as we've got some contact with Steve Parker.
But something to mention with that Buick Skylark car that shouldn't really be this high up gained a lot of positions with that yellow.
Well, we know that Jan Titz is a talented driver and he's a very versatile driver, so I suppose that's not entirely unexpected.
Well, still the car isn't.
Here's Dana setting up Jan down low. Looks like she's got to go.
Oh no, Jan up in the wall. He must.
Jan slides way up the banking. Gives up the spot. I don't think he was intending to do that, but
I think he just wanted to jump out, try to stay out of the way as well as he could without causing too many issues. And here comes Steve Parker as well, looking up the inside. Hopefully, Jan can. Oh, I think he's in the wall again. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I think he's trying to regain his rhythm right now. Just glancing the wall like that is not going to cause an excessive amount of damage. It will bend the sheet metal, but it's not something that would cause the car to drive straight. The most that would happen is it might slow your top line speed just a tiny bit. But look at how side he's got a big dent in the side of his car now.
And with that, I get a bit of Days of Thunder feeling with, oh look, a side we don't have to fix.
Yes, exactly. I have to watch that film again. So, I mean, when someone described it to me, they said it's basically Top Gun with stock cars.
I think that's a pretty okay description of that.
I mean, I remember initially when it came out, it was pretty panned because there was a lot of. It didn't seem particularly realistic, but yeah, I don't know. It's a popcorn film. It's not bad. It can't be any worse than Driven with Sylvester Stallone.
I think that beats pretty much anything in the bad department.
Yeah.
Looking at the back of the field, everyone who was heavily involved in that is still running. Although the only one to gain a lot of positions here has been David Jungt, who's climbed 5 or 6 positions here.
And his car is absolutely battered. He's got a massive dent in his left rear. The car looks in really terrible shape. So if he's continuing on and he's able to stay at speed, that's obviously he really dodged a bullet. And he's right now. Where is he? He's 12th and he's on the lead lap. That's really amazing. Mike Becknell is also on the lead lap, I believe.
Yes. If only
they're coming up on Bruno Chakan. Look out, guys. He's you think he's going to give you room, and then he doesn't. Be careful.
Well, looks like he's giving the room at least.
He's
he backs off
down the middle of the track. We'll see what happens when they go into the third turn here.
Oh, sorry, he's in the 58 indeed. I thought he was in the number 37 for a second.
No, he's in the 58, but.
Yves Placé up in scraping the wall in the background. Looked like a pretty hefty hit.
He's probably fighting an ill-handling car.
That's very true. He was heavily involved in that yellow.
The first pit stop that we had occurred under yellow for most everybody, and that's a far safer situation than if you were pitting under green. It'll be really, really interesting to see what happens because eventually I'm sure at some point there's going to be a green flag stop. And it'll be interesting to see if people can get their cars hauled to a stop in time. Hopefully nobody will be in a situation where they're parked in their pits and somebody's coming along and they haven't gauged the stopping distance well and they run into the back of them. I hope that doesn't happen.
Well, you never know. But from what I've seen so far, everyone is more or less keeping it tidy.
Well,
Ooh.
David Jakes has pulled out a pretty decent lead now. He's not he's not far enough away. Well, he's about at the point now where I think he's broken the draft between himself and Yuka. So, and these three are basically broken apart.
Ooh, that was
What
a
are we
bit.
looking at?
I was watching Adam Hackman trying to lap Bruno Chacon, and down the back straight there were front to rear contact in the rear left side panel of Chacon's car. That looked really close to a massive crash.
It appears that Steve Parker has been disqualified from the race, and my guess would be what happened was he received a penalty, perhaps for passing before the line, and didn't serve the penalty in time. So, because the timing in this mod, you have to serve the penalty in 5 laps. So
That's very unfortunate.
yeah, I mean, again, you know, when you race with a new mod, you have to familiarize yourself with its ins and outs, and he may have just been reacting in a way that the kart mod, which we use for 88, that gives you 250 laps to get a penalty because we're trying to stop unwanted penalties from happening in that situation. But if we'll have to talk to him after the race, but that's an unfortunate turn of events.
Indeed, because he was one of your picks for a possible winner here.
Yeah. So the closest battle on the track right now appears to be David Yunt and Ray Riddall, 2 guys that were involved in that accident that was caused by Becknell. David Yunt obviously being the more principal figure because he took a really hard hit. Here comes Ray Riddall looking on the bottom, but David's got that end well covered.
It's great to see the cars sliding through the turns.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like David's car is not really badly damaged. So if he keeps going, you never know. He could possibly the points paid down to 5th place in the Gold Star series, so he could still collect some points when the day is over. So that's it's good for him. Looks like we have a battle here for position just ahead. There goes Matthias Weber underneath Jason Whitehead. And that is a pass for position. That puts Matthias Weber up to 6th place. Jason Whitehead driving the Junior Johnson Mercury slips down to 7th, and we have Mick Chapman closing on him now in the Hilton Engineering Dodge. So that is reassuring that the guys that were involved in that wreck don't seem too worse for wear.
Look like Jason Whitehead has a bit of work to do with that car. He was looking at his car. He may have a little bit of damage on the rear right. His rear end was twerking all over the place, and he's doing it yet again here. But it looks as if he's running the middle line through 3 and 4.
Oh, here we go. Here's what happened. Steve Parker has commented on their on what happened to him. He was rear-ended under yellow, which is really unfortunate. Then, just as we were about to go green, 2 cars in front of me collided, and as I avoided them, I got a stop-and-go penalty for passing them before the green. Oh goodness! See, that's the kind of thing that you simply cannot predict. I mean, he already had a full head of steam, I'm sure, and these 2 guys had an issue in front of him. And technically, he did overtake them before the green, but, you know, that's really unfortunate. And of course, he had to stop and go, and he didn't. And he says he ignored the stop and go and got taken out of the race as a DQ. That's really unfortunate. there's really not a whole lot that can be done about that. I mean, that's one of those unfortunate scenarios where you just can't predict that.
It is indeed.
Okay, Jason White is going to try Mick Chapman here. He's down the inside. Looks like he's got the position pretty well. Very close, but
a lot of movement.
yeah,
on the rear end there, all over the place.
Chapman looks though like his car doesn't seem. Oh, and we have Jukka Matanen in the pits. Could this be a routine pit stop? He's coming in. No, he's out of the race.
Wow.
He just went. What in the world? I don't know what that's about.
Something must have come up for him because he was doing well. Either he ran out of fuel and couldn't get it to
That's amazing. I don't understand because he just came into the pits. Yeah, something must have just come up because he just like something other than car being in trouble because he just came in and parked the car in the pits and then hit escape. I thought that was a bit early pit stop.
Well,
jeez, so there goes one of my picks again. There goes another one.
That's unfortunate because if this continues, we'll have no cars left.
All the way out in front now, and Dana Schur is in second place.
I think she's pretty happy with sitting there, to be fair, because
no, if I were her, I would.
Sure, she would want to be right in the rear end of David, but I mean it's still early days, and sitting in second is no mean feat at any point in this kind of race.
People are certainly spread out at this point. David Saber in third. Yves Plassé between him and Dana Schur, but Yves is a lap down. Then Jan Titz is in fourth. Matthias Weber is in fifth, and he's getting really close to
Jan Titz.
Yeah, to Jan Titz. So let's see what happens here. Ooh. Oh, comes way down to the white line, and that's going to scrub off some speed. Yeah, he's going to get back in line now. But it looks like he's sizing up Jan here, and it's just a matter of when. These two are, of course, usually teammates in sports car races, but not now. And Matthias is coming down the inside. Whoa, he got really loose down in the bottom there. There's a chance that Jan could. These two are side by side, and Jan looks like he's got a little bit of a head of steam here. He could potentially keep the position. No, Matthias is keeping that. Yeah, Jan's Achilles heel is when he's anywhere near the gray, and if he's even got two tires sniffing the outside of the groove, then he's in trouble. That's his Achilles heel. So Matthias Weber goes up one position. Although
all right, yellow flag, back it down.
Sliding up the track.
Oh, we have a yellow.
Oh, what happened?
Not sure, but I heard in the phones here that
Jason White is up against the wall, and we have Martin Lacina also slowing down. We're gonna have to see. Oh! What happened. Yes. It appears there was another. There was contact.
Looks like it's let's see, coming down the back straight.
Yeah, it was coming down the back straight. Jason Whited and David Yunt, I believe, had contact.
Whited had a run and tried to go down to the inside. I think that him just trying that unsettled him. He completely lost the car and the power there.
So he's coming down the back stretch. Yeah, there was clearly there was a problem there, and he got hung up on the wall. The good news is it doesn't appear that too many people were affected by that. The only one that really seemed to be was Martin Lacina, and he just like dipped down into the grass. It appears that everybody else managed to avoid it.
Yeah, that's very fortunate indeed, but still unfortunate for Jason, who was doing a good job up until that point. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, he won't have too much damage to his car there. Now he looked like he sort of front-ended the wall.
My guess is that we're going to see a bunch of pit stops now because the timing of this would make pretty good sense, I would think. So it'll be interesting to see who gets out first. Dana David seems to be fading towards the inside, so we'll see if he indeed comes into pits this time. These cars have excellent tire wear, so these stops more than anything are going to be for fuel, and if people start changing tires, it'll be the right-hand side probably first, and then eventually, towards the end of the race, we may see a 4-tire change. Not sure. Alright, so here we go. Yes. We've got David Jakes coming into the pits. Schurer and Saber, the top 3 cars, into the pits. Matthias Weber is staying out, and he will take the lead under yellow. So let's take a look here and see what happens. Schurer is pitting further down she's right behind. Oh, this is excellent. We can see who's going to get out first. Schurer is pitted right behind David Jakes. The crews go to work. Juha Boss is pitting just behind them. Mike Becknell is also in. So let's see who's able to get out. Schurer very, very shrewdly has placed her car angled so that she can get a clear run out. You see that?
Yeah.
Very smart.
That's classical.
Oh, Juha Boss is out first, and it looks like David Jakes is out. Oh, David Jakes and Schurer take off just at about the right time, but it looks like Jan Titz, he just blew by all 3 of them, so he had an excellent stop in the Buick.
And maybe he's using a bit less fuel than everyone else.
No, Matthias Weber is...
Because I think he had a good pit stop earlier on as well. It looks like they are redressing, so looks like David Jakes may be ahead of Titz coming out of the pits.
Yeah, he may have hit the blend line first. So yeah, they're adjusting a bit for that. So David Jakes will looks like he'll be slotting into 7th, but we'll have to see what happens here if Matthias Weber decides to come in. It's odd to me that he would decide to stay out. I mean, obviously he gets on TV and gets TV time for his sponsor, Sonny King Ford. But no, he's going to stay out. So maybe he's going to gamble here and use this as an opportunity to get up in the serial. And if there's another yellow, then he can pit at that point.
Indeed, it looks like Mick Chapman, that is right, and Jason Whitehead is taking the same punt.
Yeah. If there were an award for good luck in this race, it would probably go to Chapman so far because with that wild ride he took on the back straightaway, clearly he didn't damage his car hardly at all.
I don't think he hit anything more than a little bit of touching with Parker, obviously. So. I think the only thing he did pit after that, so I think he may have changed the tires. But otherwise, no real damage done.
So, where are we with lap count now?
Yeah, let's have a quick look. We will have finished 70 laps, I think, when we cross the finish line next time round.
Okay. This probably is a good time to do a full field rundown, I would think. In the lead right now is Matthias Weber in the Banjo Matthews Ford. Second is Mick Chapman in the Hilton Engineering Dodge. Third, Ray Riddall in the Haas Ellington Ford Torino. Fourth is, oh, this is a surprise, Filippo Marazzi in the Don Culpepper Ford. That I would not have expected, because he didn't go into pits, but in any case, it'll be interesting to see how he does when we go back to green. Fifth is Martin Lucina in the Don Robertson Plymouth. Sixth is Juha Boss in the Mario Rossi Dodge number 22. Seventh, your pole sitter David Jakes in the Dick. Eighth is Jan Titz in the J.D. McDuffie Buick. Ninth, Dana Schurer in the Wood Brothers Mercury. 10th, David Saber in the LG DeWitt Ford number 72. 11th is David Yunt in the Petty Enterprises Ford number 43. 12th, Jason Whitehead, who had that incident in turn 3 just recently. He's driving the Junior Johnson Mercury. 13th, Mike Becknell soldiering on in his number 4 LG DeWitt Ford. 14th is Adam Hackman in the Buddy Arrington Dodge. 15th is Bruno Chacon in the HB Renier Dodge. 16th is Bob Halada in the Ray Fox Dodge, and those are the cars that are still running at this point. Recent retirements included Yves Poisset and Jukka Matanen. Yves is out of the race. Well, that we didn't see, but apparently his car was too damaged to continue. That's too bad, because the Elmo Langley car is one of my favorites. I would have wanted to see him do well. In any case, so basically, would you say? I guess the Matthias Weber is basically now out of sequence on pit stops. Everybody else.
Yeah, as is Chapman Rideau, who is a lap down, I think.
Mm-hmm. No, Rideau is on the lead lap.
No, sorry, Rideau is on the lead lap. My apologies. So Chapman, Weber, Rideau, and Marazzi, I think, are those out of the pit stop, and Lasina is out of pit stop order.
Once you get past those guys, then you have Juha, who was one of the first ones. So Juha technically one that did the best coming out of the pits, because he's the first of that group that came into the pits. Dana a bit low in the track there. I'm not sure why, but no, she's not coming in. So I'm guessing that we're going to be going green next time by, potentially.
Well, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Those of you who are watching the broadcast, is the last race of what we like to call the first semester of HSO racing. We're going to go on a 3-week break after this. We had originally planned this to be a break time, but of course we're busy with this one to make up a date that we had a few races that had to have makeup dates, and that took up some spaces that we would have had Gold Star events, and so this one was added. This date was added, so we're in a situation now where we're trying to make up time that we lost. So after this, we're going to go on a 3-week break, and then we'll be back with IndyCar racing. I believe the next race is Toronto.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
And we will be going back to green this time, though.
Okay, 72 lap will be complete as we come by, which is about 140 miles. A little more than 140.
Oh, there's a big gap back to 4th position Marazzi here.
Green, 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 green.
Well, Chapman is taking advantage of the start here. He's up 1 position already. Oh, sorry,
be careful.
Sorry, he was in second place.
You're going to do it, and you're behind the line, you better do it up high, because that's the rule. So Matthias Weber in front now. This is the first time we've seen a Ford lead the race, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Looks like 3 wide action going into turn 3 behind him. Good grief!
Oh no!
Oh! Back it down.
No!
Big accident. Oh goodness! Obviously, we're going back to yellow. Oh, that's too bad. Running it back, it looks like there was slight contact between Ray Rideau and well, maybe not.
Michal. Yeah, I believe there was contact between Lasina and Chapman, and Felipe Marazzi, who was already on the high line, had nowhere to go.
Yeah, they went 3 wide into the turn. Yes, Lasina contacts the left rear quarter of Mick Chapman and sends him into a spin. Rideau was extremely lucky to get by without any impact, and then poor Filippo Marazzi had nowhere to go. So that's a whole bunch of damage. Now this is a godsend for Matthias Weber. He's had.
We have crashing on the.
Where?
Bruno Chacon is in the wall. He was involved with Mike Bignell, I think that was, on the yellow here.
Oh goodness!
Whatever happened here?
Yellow incidents are just like, we told people like.
Oh, it looks like number 37. That would be Bob Hollada, unfortunately, checked up and lost his car and went into Chacon, and Chacon went up into Backnoe. Dear me.
Alright, let's see. Watching Halada now. Well, here it looks like everything's cool, but let's see.
But Weber
Looking
heads
at
into the pits, as does Rideau, Saber, Backnoe.
Oh goodness. It was Halada.
Yeah. Lacina's in the
See what-
pits, Chapman is in the pits, and of course Filippo Marazzi is in the pits.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Halada ran clear into the back of Bruno Chacon. There's no excuse for that. That's unbelievable. Ran clear into the back of him, and then Chacon was into Mike Becknell. Oh, good grief. We told people that, you know, prior to the race, that they have to be careful. Actually, it doesn't look like they're out of the race, but still, that's disappointing.
Yeah. Matthias Weber is still in the pits here.
Who's still in the pits?
Matthias Weber. Okay, he's coming out, so he still beats the field out, but he had a very lengthy pit stop here.
Oh goodness, he's got to get going, because if he doesn't, he's going to get back down.
Yeah, he's out now, so he beat the safety car by half a lap maybe, but still
All right, good.
felt very
Because
close.
otherwise, he's going to stay on the leader lap, but that was very close to. Oh, this is interesting. He's going to line up behind Bob Halada, who was involved in what caused that yellow. So, well, actually, Chapman is now in front of him. Sorry, wrong yellow car.
Holada didn't cause the yellow itself. Oh, we have another one jumping into the pits.
That's true. The yellow was. That's true. Halada did not cause the yellow. My apologies. So,
Dana Shure is out of the race.
No, Dana Shure is out of the race. What happened?
She just pulled into the pits and retired as well. Could that be another black flag of some kind?
No, it's a DNF. There was no apparent problem.
Maybe engine?
Maybe no, I don't. It doesn't. It only says DNF. I can't tell from my vantage point.
So I'm just having a listen here. The engine stopped as she stopped the car, so I don't know if she shut it down or if the engine actually went then.
Maybe she had an engine let go.
Possibly.
Hmm.
That's really unfortunate. That's another possible winner out of this race.
Meanwhile, we've got Bob Halada in the pits, obviously repairs to the front end of that car. Bruno Chacon is still out in the racetrack, so even with all of this action, we still have 15 cars now in the race. So we still have strength in numbers in spite of what's been going on.
It's still over 50% of the field that started, so
yeah, which shocks me. Which makes me wonder why I couldn't continue with my car, because the hit I had wasn't nearly as bad as some of these other ones, and here I couldn't even drive the thing. Here comes Bruno in now. He's probably waiting for the... Oh man, he's got a massive dent in the right-hand side. This car is basically... looks more like a Saturday Night Modified racer.
yeah, hopefully it won't be
At this point, he's just...
too heavy damage for him to be able to continue.
Yeah. So when you were watching Dana, the engine was silent when she was pulling in.
No, as soon as he stopped, the engine shut down, but it was running as she was slowing down, so I don't know. I mean,
it's strange that
some mods sort of
that
keeps...
would happen under yellow.
Yeah. Unless she was changing gear and she just misread when the gear would engage and
Potentially.
over-revved it.
Well, with all this that's been going on, we have David Jakes back at front now, with U-Haul Boss in second, Jan sits in third, so we basically got the people who did the early stops kind of cycling through to the front, some of them. And we've got David Young up into fourth in the Richard Petty Ford. So
that shouldn't be possible. Technically.
And we're going back in now, I can tell, because the pace car's down low in the track, so hopefully we'll get a few laps in here before somebody else decides to cause a yellow.
Well, we'll know in a couple of laps' time. Usually it takes that long for another yellow to come out, otherwise it stays green for a while.
David Jakes.
Green, 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 green.
There's the green. Look at Jan Tits down low. He's going to try to
stay out of the way, I think.
Although, look at, oh goodness, he's going to have to check up there. He's down low, a little bit on the apron there, which probably upset the car, but he slips back to fourth. Now David Yunt is up into third place. Jakes, Boss, Yunt, your top three. Here comes Jan Tits again. Down the inside into turn 3. Oh! No, he didn't have enough momentum.
Oh! Nicely held.
Way up the track.
Nicely held, my boy.
And
he gains the position as well.
By. Meanwhile, we've got Jason Whitehead, who's up to 5th, and he's challenging these guys.
And we have a bit of side-by-side action. A couple of cars back as well, by the looks of things. Looks like it could be Martin Lacina and
David Saber.
A bit of a...
Oh goodness, Lacina is on the ground.
Hold on to it. Aye, Becknell.
Alright, yellow flag, back it down.
Into the grass.
That was Becknell indeed, wasn't it?
Now hopefully we can avoid... Oh, and this is upside down. And hitting the wire fence in the inside. Now, it's not technically on the track. I'm not sure if this is going to cause a yellow. Obviously,
the yellow is already out, so...
Ah, shoot. Here we go again. So...
Well, hopefully... Just maybe. Doesn't look like it, though. Looks like Becknell will be out of this one.
Well, the classic sentiment here is that yellows breed yellows. And, the more times we are put, under this, yellow pace, and we go back to green flag racing, it kills momentum and it kills rhythm. So,
see what Lacino was down on the inside. Becknell just tried to tried to give Lacino just a little bit of room, and that was enough for him to unsettle the car, and he went up into the outside barrier. And unfortunately, the car rolled.
Oh goodness! Dana Schur has explained why she's out of the race. She just simply didn't want to stay invested in the race because she said it was turning into a 5-hour slog. Can't say I blame her from this point of view. I mean,
indeed, it looks like it'll take a little while. Already up in the broadcast time, 1 hour and 41 minutes.
Yep.
Of which 1 hour and almost 30 minutes is the race.
And what lap are we at right now?
We are on lap 80 just now.
80.
Yep.
So we haven't even reached the 100 lap mark.
Yeah, well, but since we have a yellow with nothing much to talk about, since I'd assume no one wants to go into the pits here, let's have a look at the trivia question.
Yep.
I think. Just let me get down to that one. There we are. So, question for you all are... Richard Petty holds the record for the most wins in NASCAR's top-level series, that being 200 wins. Who is in second place with 105 wins? Is it A. Bobby Allison, B. Cale Yarborough? Or C. David Pearson?
E?
Sorry,
We'll
Michal,
reveal
which
the
did you
answer
think?
later on.
E?
Okay. We'll try to... Hopefully you'll stay until we get the answer later on. And,
Another trivia question. How long will this race last? A, 3 hours. B, 4 hours.
7.5 hours.
maybe.
Alright.
It will be the longest race at HSO.
No. Obviously, the longest races we've run have been the 6-hour races. This is not going to be a 6-hour race.
This will be 7.
Well, I guess
Yes, you are right.
I guess everybody will be ready for a break after this.
It is maybe it will be longer than working shift at the job.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
We are 8 hours days working
Yeah.
normally.
Well, it'll be interesting to see when they come back to green if Juha can do anything with David. Jan is obviously quick, but he's not consistent. Like one lap he'll have a really quick lap, and the next one he'll slide up the track. So it's
It's a bit like me in practice.
So, got David. He's just out in front. He's had a clear view from almost the start. The only exception being when they came into pits at one time, but then he was almost right back at the front without too much trouble.
Yeah, I think I recognize this run from him as the one he had in the kart race 2 weeks ago, where he spent most of the race at the front, with no one really to pressure him. Hopefully it'll end better this time around than it did 2 weeks ago, though.
And prior to this race, I remember watching the forum, the chat box, and David Yunt was commenting on how he had almost no time practicing in these cars and didn't have a setup. He obviously got some setup help prior to the race, because his car is performing well, but he hasn't been running nearly as many laps as everybody else has during the last couple of weeks. So, in that case, it shows that he's a pretty quick study.
Indeed.
And he's driving a car that's very famous, so he's extra motivated to do well, I'm sure.
Indeed. But it is one of the best ways to learn how to drive is to follow someone else. So even if he didn't have that much practice running with everyone else, will surely have helped him to find the pace and the lines.
A bit of history on this race. This was the first major race to be held at MIS. As far as major, I mean like top level motorsport. This was the first race at Michigan because it was opened in 1969. This race was held on June 15th of 1969, and of course, not long after that, like a little more than a month after that, we landed on the moon. July 20th, 1969.
Pretty crazy that this race is older than that.
Mm-hmm. I was watching Apollo 13 the other night. That's
Not a famous movie. I'm ashamed to say I haven't actually watched that.
Oh man, you've got to watch that film. It's great. I mean, it's high drama, but it is a true story. And Ron Howard directs, the same guy who directed Rush.
Yeah, I do know that. Because I heard an interview with Ron Howard himself when Rush was coming out. That when the interview said, "Well, you're famous for Apollo 13. How would you rate this movie Rush compared to work you did on Apollo 13?"
Yeah. I know he said that it would have the same historical accuracy as Apollo 13, and I think most of us would agree that that was the case. There was, in Apollo 13, there was one glaring continuity error. Well, and to be fair, it's a pretty easy one to make. There was a coffee pot, Mr. Coffee Pot, in one scene, and the Mr. Coffee was not invented until 1970. One, I think. So it was 1 year too early. To be in, yeah. But other than that, they interviewed people involved with the Apollo 13 incident, and they said that it was extremely accurate. All right, it looks like we're coming back to green now. Hopefully, our audience is still awake.
Well, thanks to your trivia and talking about other stuff, I think most of them will be awake.
Useless encyclopedic knowledge. Green flag.
Green flag, and it's one of those kind of knowledge that
Green.
whenever will I get use of that?
Probably never. Looks like everybody got away pretty good. Boss is right up with David Jakes, but it looks like
make that was by the looks of things. He dropped quite a bit of time in the middle of 1 and 2.
Weber is sliding back here. Just got overtaken by Ray Radal. Brent Radal didn't make the start of this race. That's a bit of a disappointment. I would have wanted to see how he did in these cars. But his dad is doing quite well here in the Haas Ellington car number 61.
It's still running 4th, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I don't think we're going to have any cars at the end of this race that don't have some damage on them. Maybe the only one being David Jakes, who doesn't.
Well, it depends if he ends up in the group or not.
When we chose
during a pit stop or something.
When we were looking for races to do for this one, oh goodness, Hackman going down the inside of David Yunt came very close to giving him a nudge. And as we've seen already, it can't be... Oh, goodness, look at Weber coming up the inside. He has a really full head of steam and gets past Ray Radal. Oh, goodness, this looks like a possible 3-wide... Well, no, but Hackman now goes underneath Yunt. Wow, Adam Hackman going to the front here.
Yeah, Ray Radal following him through with that.
That's about, what, like 3 positions he picked up in 1 lap?
Yeah, more or less, and Ray Radal picks up 2.
Here comes Radal down the inside. He's trying to get a position on him, but it looks like it's interesting because it looks like Hackman's car is working really well up top compared to the other cars.
He may have found a perfect groove for his particular car because all the cars are slightly different. So one car's line, as Ray Radal gets it very sideways on the entry there, is one car's line may not work ever for another car.
My guess would be that the Ford cars in particular would work better up high because they tend to be more twitchy. And the typically if you find your car is loose in a stock car race, and if you can't do anything about it until the pit stop, you try to cure the situation by running up high to try to balance it out.
Ooh, David Saber went almost 90 degrees to the direction of travel going into 1, but it looks like David Yunt is struggling because he's dropping back a lot here because he was up with those guys earlier.
Goodness, you're right. He's fallen way back in the field here, so something's not right with that car. Yeah, he's all the way back now, and he's at speed, but he's all the way back in 12th place now.
Maybe the damage he picked up early on is finally getting to him with the tire
or
wear.
He could have just got shuffled out of the groove. That's the other big question mark. When the tires start to really wear, Filippo Marazzi now going down the inside of Lucina.
Nice neat little pass there.
And Chapman is still in the hunt here. He's
Lucina's off.
Oh, Lucina into the grass. Let's see if he keeps it off the fence.
Looks like he will, just about.
All right. Come on, keep going. Wow, that's a great recovery. Back on the track. Now, hopefully, the people behind him will be able to check up without too much trouble. It's Bruno Chacon and Holada. Looks like there was just enough room for them to check up, so we continue without a yellow.
That's nice to see.
Yes. David Jakes, meanwhile, has pulled out an incredible gap between himself and Jan Tits. I'm guessing that was probably because of battles going on behind him, as we all saw with Indy cars. Cars that run in a line go faster than cars that are side by side. So if Jan wanted to fight with the boss, that basically would have been like David's ticket to just drive away.
Indeed.
So,
and to be fair, he knows the lines exactly for him. So I noticed on even 1 and 2 on the opening lap of this green run that Jakes pulled away quite a bit. So could just be that Bose doesn't quite have the lines right for himself.
Possibly. So now it looks like Juha is closing in on Jan here. He's close enough now to pick up a bit of the slipstream on the backstretch here, so we'll see if he's able to hook up with him and possibly run down David, although at this juncture, I don't know. David's car is working really, really well, obviously. And he's probably one of the few cars in the track with no damage of any kind.
Yeah, I think Bose may be the other one of the others, because I haven't seen him involved in anything, and I can't really see any dents in his car. Maybe something in the right side door, but none on the exterior
lapping
corners.
faster than Jan at this point.
Which lap now?
Yeah, what lap are we at?
On lap 91.
91, so we're closing in on 200 miles.
Lap 92 now. As Jakes has crossed the finish line. When I noticed there's a bit of possibly side-by-side, yeah, there's side-by-side action back here between Riddle and Weber. Marazzi catching up as well, along with Sabre.
Looks
and
like Riddle's
Chapman.
got the advantage now. Although Sabre's got a little bit of, well, he has to check up there. That's the thing. There are plenty of instances, I'm sure, where these guys are picking up speed on somebody in a corner, but they can't do much with it. They end up having to lip.
Sabre was really close to losing it. He ended up in the outside wall in the end, but was able to keep it in the straight and narrow.
Yeah, these cars obviously handle differently in a group than they do by themselves, and I think what we're seeing is that some guys had their cars set up really well to run by themselves, but maybe not so well to run in a group.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is what I was describing.
Yeah.
When I was right behind someone, the car flies off.
Well, Riddle it looks like he's might be suffering from that situation, Michal, because you look at him now, he's got a lot of momentum killed. Oh, look out. And Riddle is onto the, okay, well, this is a goodness, and Hackman's way up high, so he loses 2 positions there.
I think he saw that last second and just decided to jump out of the way. I thought he was going to hit the wall, but he is out of the groove here, so here comes Chapman as well, looking up the inside, and here comes Sabre as well, wanting to go by, so that'll be 6 positions lost.
Wow.
Under a lap.
And that was simply because he just got out of the groove and probably lost momentum. It's paradoxical because these cars are more unstable when you are not going flat out than they are when you've lifted. So it's in your interest to maintain momentum if you can.
Indeed.
Looks like Matthias Weber is starting to, he's back up to 6th now, so, and he is out of sequence of everybody, but it appears it hasn't cost him too much.
I think all of them have done a good job regaining positions after the out-of-order pit stop that they did do.
Now hopefully, and I'm tempted to, okay, now we've got a situation where Juha is in line with Tits, so these two now have a decision to make. They're either going to go for, battling each other, or they're going to do the...
Oh, hold on to Weber. Weber is on the inside grass here. Looks like he just about held on to it. Survived.
Yeah, looks like they're okay.
Yeah, but as you say, Bose is up within drafting range now, if he can just keep the speed up in 1 and 2 here.
Well, Jan is way up high again. Although, I don't know, it looked like that groove was working better for him that time than it has in the past. And previous laps, he drifts up there and he's going backwards. So we'll have to see how this pans out.
Looks like his line works well in 1 and 2, but not so well in 3 and 4. We're on lap 97.
Well, as much as the 2 turns at the end of the speedway are identical, they are. You have to remember that the nature of the turns is different from one to the other, because you're entering turn 1 and 2 where it's quick and then it becomes slower as you get to the backstretch, and then turn 3 and 4, it's the inverted scenario. It's tight going in, and it unfurls as you exit. So I think that's what makes this type of a track so intriguing. Been a bunch of incarnations of tracks like this. Texas World Speedway, obviously, California.
All right, yellow flag, back it down.
Oh, we have a yellow flag.
Oh no, what happened? Martin Lacina's out of the race. It must have been something to do with him.
Yeah, it will have been. Let's see. Oh, he loses it out of 2 again.
Looks like another instance where he just went into the. This time he contacted the fence. So
Yeah.
that's it. He's out of the race. Apparently that car was very loose coming out of that corner.
Indeed.
Because that's one of multiple times that he had to deal with that.
And hopefully no one picked up a penalty. I noticed I was riding on board with, I'm not sure who that was, but they passed on the inside going down to the start-finish line. But hopefully as long as he drops back within this lap, there will be no penalty for that.
I wouldn't think there would be one, because we've seen what happens when people come out and they beat someone out of the pits to the blend line, and they still the game tells them to go back where they're supposed to go. And the only DQ that we've had was the one that Steve Parker incurred because of a really kind of a bizarre chain of events that you can't predict. So it appears that that the game is at least giving people the chance to reassort themselves if that kind of blend line or just you're in front of somebody and you back off, that kind of thing occurs.
Yeah.
Lacina is now officially out of the race, so my guess is we're going to see pit stops here.
I would be surprised if we don't, because we've gone more or less 30 laps.
That was a pretty good stint, and nobody wants to make a pit stop under green.
Indeed. So let's see here. As they cross the finish line here, we will be entering or having finished. I'm not entirely sure how the counter works in our factor. 100 laps.
Okay, so that means we have 150 to go.
Yep.
And we do have David Jakes coming into the...
As does Boss and most of the others. Looks like Chapman, possibly Vidal up there.
A lot of the front runners.
Weber and Chacon didn't.
Chapman stayed out, so Chapman is now Chapman now leads in the Hilton Engineering Dodge.
Yeah, I was resorting to telling everyone the guys who didn't pit instead for ease sake. Oh, here comes Tits. Is really fast in the pits. He's first out yet again.
Yeah, Tits has had some excellent stops. David Jakes just now is getting away in his Plymouth.
And I think, by the looks of things, Juha Boss may have changed his right side tires there.
Yeah, I would think that by now people are making that change. Actually, that could account for why Jan was so quick to get out of the pits. Maybe he didn't change his tires.
Possibly.
We'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
He may be doing the... we did a gold star with the 60s IndyCar cars. And some people decided not to change tires, if I remember correctly, and that didn't end that well in the end. Because they sort of dropped off the end of a cliff, so to speak.
Yeah, we
Their
really
performance.
we really don't know what's going to happen with these tires. We know that they hold up pretty good, but the question becomes when the meter starts to go down, how quickly do these tires fall off a cliff? It's with this mod to really know.
Hmm.
So in comes these two are joined at the hip, I think, for the rest of the race, pretty much, because they're the only two on the same lap. So they're going to be seeing a lot of each other for the rest of the race, I think. Pitting together.
I think they were more or less together at the start of the race, and up until they ended up laps down, they were still together. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Dana Schurer just wrote on the forum why she ended the race.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be around here for 5 hours. I can understand from her point of view that it's like not worth it because she's not really a factor in the Gold Star Championship, and given the rate this is going, then yeah, it's a long afternoon.
Or evening. Well, afternoon for her indeed. My apologies. I was thinking in European terms for a second there. It looks like it'll be a pretty long evening. We are nearing 11 p.m. here.
Oh goodness.
Just let's see. We are about 14 minutes away from 11 p.m. in Central Europe.
Yes, it will be today race.
It'll be nearly 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. Well, yeah, 12 p.m. for you, Michal. In a few minutes' time.
1 hour to midnight. I'm in Central Europe.
Okay, my apologies. I thought the line went just before the Czech Republic, but
It's kind of it kind of is all over the place. I mean, you've got some people who you would think would be an hour ahead or behind, and it's the opposite. I could never keep it straight myself when I was over there.
it's like trying to realize that, in my case, Stockholm and Johannesburg in South Africa is in the same time zone.
That's strange.
Because when you look on a map, it sort of feels like they must be out of my time zone. However can they be in the same one? That makes nearly no sense.
There's a popular joke that I mean, David Jakes is obviously leading, so he can't talk to us about this. But he, in Canada, there is a special time zone for Newfoundland that is 30 minutes different, which is really unusual because you don't see many time zones that do that. So every time they announce a television show that's coming up, they say 8 o'clock in the 8 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock in the East, 7:30 in Newfoundland. and it's a running joke that I heard. A friend of mine was from Newfoundland, and he says, "Yeah, it takes us a half an hour longer to get things than other people." So,
Oops.
Yeah.
That almost sounds like a comedian did a joke about. This is around 2004-2005 when the joke was made. But the Winter Olympics was to be organized in Sweden, in Östersund, and he was sort of saying, well, it was sort of like this that it was Winter Olympics 06, 02, they did ask to organize the 2002 Winter Olympics, but you know, the northerners in Sweden, they are a bit lazy, sort of lackadaisical. So they were sort of going, well, 2002 that'll be difficult. We have a lot of things to do. We need to do the slalom sticks and We need to do a sign where it says goal and all that kind of stuff. I think 2006. Well, it's difficult, but I think we can make it. In northern Swedish tongue or accent, of course, so it's even funnier.
Well, it appears we are going back to green flag race.
Sorry that dragged out. I hope it
No,
at least was somewhat funny.
I didn't mean to suggest it wasn't. I just saw that the pace car.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Trending to the left.
No worries. I just felt that. Well, this is dragging on a little bit here.
All right, here comes
Green, 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 green.
All right, so goodness, look at Ray Radal. He's got a big head of steam, but it looks like Mick beat him down to the inside line.
And looks like
got...
almost 3 wide. We have 3 wide here. Balls
wide.
around outside. Tits, and here comes Jakes going up in effective lead, going up the inside of several cars here.
Goodness.
Here comes Ridal with a run.
Well, he's not gonna. He's definitely.
We have over that.
Ray Radal goes into the lead in the Haas Ellington car number 61. And look at David Jakes down low. He just motors by Chapman and Weber like they're parked. And now he's just looks like he's just going to whip by Radal here.
Yeah, more or less.
Goodness, it looks like David just can lead this race at will whenever he wants to.
Well, not quite. Ridal was able to hold on that time round. Of course, we have Weber right behind Jakes here.
This is a golden opportunity for everybody because they're not going to get many more shots at David Jakes, so they better not. I mean, if they're smart, they're not going to be dicing needlessly. It's a good chance. Oh, we got 2 cars up near the fence. That's
also Weber.
Miss Weber slid back, and now Radal is down to the inside. He's going to take the lead again. Excellent. We got. And because those 2 are running side by side,
not quite sure. Jakes has had a lot of steam going down the straight. He has a lot of straight line speed.
But this group is sticking together, so hopefully if they don't lose the draft, they can stay with Jakes this time. Chapman now is trying to fight back after he slid back a little bit.
Yeah, David Juntas climbed because he's in third at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Ridal ducked out of the draft and getting sideways here, so I think they will lose the draft right here and now.
Oh boy.
Oh, and Tits is up very high, as is Weber behind.
David Jakes is going to say sayonara once again, I believe. Yep, there he goes. And of course, now we have David and Ray Radal running side by side. Yep. There goes that.
Well, so there'll still be at least 1 more yellow, I think, in this race, considering how the opening 102 laps has gone.
Well, the less cars that we have in the track, the more green we're going to see. So we hopefully will find that's the case. Jakes now is pretty much clear of Ray Radal, and now Ray is going to probably come under attack from David Yunt.
Ooh, and Tits really sideways. Almost half, almost a whole of 3 before he got the car collected again.
He seems to have an easier time now doing consistent laps, at least it appears to be. Oh, Yunt is now lined up right with Ray Radal, and of course, and Tits is right behind them. So Yunt is going to be trying to make an overtake at some point here, I would think, because I mean, obviously now the chance to catch David Jakes has come and gone, so may as well go for it. And he's, oh goodness, Radal protecting the inside.
Ooh, and Yunt getting sideways as the draft changes ahead of him, but Ridal got onto the apron. That gives Yunt opportunity.
Yunt slips down low and he takes second place. And maybe Tits will get third. Dahl is able to slip back in line.
Yeah, Tits tries around outside here. He may very well be able to drive it around outside, considering he's taking that.
Doesn't look like he has the momentum out there.
Well,
maybe he can get a good run if he swings wide here.
Can he keep it low?
His car is working well up there. Meanwhile, Matthias Weber's closing on this group.
I think he will even have a run here. At least it looked like it. Yeah, he's stucking out.
Matthias is coming out now, trying to overtake it.
Ooh!
Oh, Rizal all the way sideways.
Oh!
And goodness, Matthias Weber goes way up the track. He was lucky that Tits was way up high.
Tits read that really well.
He did. I mean, if that was him reading that, that was an excellent piece of driving.
It felt like he read it because he didn't even try to turn down early for the turn.
Oh, man,
both of them sideways.
His car is getting particularly loose. Tits goes down there, but I think that was more of a reactionary.
Yeah, he tried to check up when he saw.
Yeah.
Vidal scrapes the wall as well. But this may give Junt a chance to get a gap here and break the draft.
Yeah, Junt is going to break free at this point if guys can't get back in line. Tits back high again. Weber looks like he's got a pretty good handle on Vidal. Yeah, Vidal goes way down low and everybody follows him like a snake.
Yeah, no, you have no business being down here. This is my line, kind of driving.
Tits way up high again.
Oh, but it looks like he has a pretty good run of that this time.
Yeah, he seems to work well up there.
Yeah, in 1 and 2, but he struggles in 3 and 4 instead, where he technically should have an easier time. Oh, he's up in the wall this time.
Okay, that time he's going to lose time, unfortunately. Yeah, he's lost several positions now. Jason Whitehead going back up, Chapman overtaking now.
But Junt has indeed broken free. Will jump back in the 3rd position and right on board with.
Here comes Weber around the outside.
Vidal. Oh, and Ball's going up the inside of Weber here.
Oh, whoa, where did he come from?
Really ducking in, really going for it.
Juha's catching these guys sleeping.
Oh,
coming off the corner, look out, guys. Oh, man.
Well, I thought there were going to be contact there because he had such a head of steam coming off the turn.
It's really dangerous because if you have to back off suddenly, it can cause a chain reaction. But we've got a bunch of cars coming up with these guys. We got Chapman, we got Weber, we got Jason Whitehead, and meanwhile, David Junt is checked out.
Yeah, and just at the back of this train is Filippo Marazzi.
Oh goodness.
He's just outside the draft range, but the way these guys are driving, he'll soon be in the draft.
Yeah, because these guys are really dicing it up back here. Lots of close action.
Oh, I think. Oh, just about avoiding contact there. Oh no!
Oh, looks like he's just to be able to save it.
Oh, he nudged the wall, and that sent him down the track. And, really lucky that Chapman was able to check up a little bit, and there went bigger contact than there were. Because that could have ended in massive tears. Because if you go off onto the inside there, as we saw with Lassine, he was able to hold it one time, but if you go off by contact in the rear, you will definitely hit the inside barrier. That sort of reminds me of, I think it was Ganassi, wasn't it? And kart race,
yes.
IndyCar race in Pocono in the 70s. Oh, sorry, 80s.
Yeah, with Allenser Jr.
Yeah.
That was actually at Michigan.
Oh, it was, but oh, sorry, yeah, Michigan. My apologies, but yeah, that kind of massive accident can happen in that kind of situation. And Jan Tits has now dropped behind Filippo Marazzi as I've been visiting old bad memories.
Oh, down the inside looking for. Vidal is taking an interesting line going into the first turn. He's like taking a protective line down low, but the problem is it's probably not putting him in the best place to get a fast entry into turn 1. Now Boss is side by side with Weber. Looks like he's going to take the position. He does. So we'll see if he can do anything with Vidal.
Well, Boss is definitely running quick. It's mainly a question of finding his way by here, I think.
Yeah, he's been quick all the last 2 weeks in this car. Had it set up really good from.
Oh no, that's off.
Alright, yellow
that's
flag,
too off.
back it down.
And we have a yellow flag. Oh no, Marazzi involved again.
My goodness.
I can't believe this for Marazzi. What kind of luck is he having?
So essentially, Weber lost back into the car, and Jason White Jason White had ran into him, and Chapman. Oh my goodness, Chapman is one lucky guy. He was right behind all this when it was going on. I believe he actually made contact with these guys, but it wasn't his fault that this started. He ran into them as they were slowing up, and he just managed to squeak by Matthias Weber, and Hackman is again caught up in this. God, these guys! If these guys didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all.
Indeed, and Marazzi, another one involved. He checked up to try and avoid it. He span and kept it to the downside of the track, but unfortunately White had ended up down there. And as you say, because of that contact, Hackman gets involved as well, because Hackman was trying to run high to run sort of middle line to avoid contact with anyone, but White had ended up there after the Marazzi contact. Wow. And that's a massive damage to Hackman's car. It's amazing that it's even still running. We have a few pit stop takers, of course. All of the people involved in that crash. Oh, looks like Jason White that has a front right puncture or possibly suspension damage.
It's interesting because we have one comment here from Richard Coxon, who's one of the admins. He's not involved in this race, but he's saying, I don't know where this full season talk has come from with this mod, but he says there is a 0.00001% chance we will do a full season for the following reasons: A, not all the tracks exist.
So
B,
it's to training. it is not.
No, don't bother training. B, not enough weekends in the year. We've already covered that. There are too many races. And C, as Mike mentioned, such race links every weekend would kill the Europeans. And
I was very surprised after a second 6-hour race alone that this is not so killing me.
So we have still in the pits, by the way, it's Tits and Weber. Looks like Tits is coming out and Weber is coming out. Okay, so they clearly changed tires in that.
looks like their pit stops took exactly the same amount of time. Oh, and Jan has got damage on his car that probably is from scraping the wall, but I doubt it's anything serious. Clearly, they have had their damage turned off in these cars, because otherwise they'd have the crew spit shining in those cars for another like 50 seconds or so.
We have Chacon coming in. Looks like Honada stays out too.
Well, this is going to set up an interesting situation, because David Jakes is now got David Yunt behind him, and having watched this race for a while, if anybody's going to do anything with David Jakes, it's going to be David Yunt in the Petty Enterprises Ford.
Indeed, and Juha Bos also got by Ridal while all that was going on, so he could also hook on to the back of Yunt's car.
Bob Halada's in that mix, but he's not on this lead lap, so when they do come back to green, everybody's going to be scrambling to try to get around him. Hopefully that won't cause an issue.
Yeah.
Of course, now that I've said that.
At the end of this lap, we will have completed 120 laps.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Sweden 1 month ago in Malmö.
Okay.
We also we should send good get well wishes to
Gerard Riot, of course,
Gerard
yes.
Riant, yes. We learned just today that Gerard had a bit of an incident on his bicycle and injured himself. We're sorry to hear that, and we hope that he's taking it easy, and we wish him a speedy recovery.
And here goes Hollard into the pits in the meantime.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, hopefully Gerard will be able to make a speedy recovery and be back with us within a very short time span. And it should be noted he hurt his hand, but as long as I've seen sim racers do it with one hand, so it is possible.
Yeah. Especially if it's an oval race.
Indeed. Only need wheel, the pedals, and a up and down gear selection on the wheel. One of the better sim racers that I've met and raced with actually races with one hand only. He had at birth he got stuck, and the doctor who was doing the procedure of his birth sort of thought that it was a good idea to use pincers around his neck to try and get him out before he died. So he pulled the nerves out of his and around his neck, so his right arm is completely useless for him. More or
Well, I
less.
suppose that's better than the alternative of being stuck.
Indeed. But he made a lot of good races. And I've
Green
raced
flag, go,
against
go,
him.
go, go!
But as you can hear, the green
All
flag
right,
is
yellow
out.
flag, back it down.
Okay. Oh dearie me, we have an off on the start line here.
Where?
I saw someone spinning. That is David Saber has spun on the start. Not entirely sure what happened there. Let's see if we can catch that on the replay.
Well, he's
see.
able to get going.
Oh, we made contact with that's Whited, I think. Yeah, he made contact
Yeah,
with
he did.
Whited and Span on the restart here. Oh dear.
Yeah,
me.
he Whited just didn't take off as quickly as he thought he would, and he just clipped him with his right front. Good grief. Does that mean we're under yellow again?
Yes, it does, unfortunately.
Goodness.
Ah well. He actually, the guy is. Well, I've drawn a complete blank on the name, of course. Reese is his name. Is from Australia. He partook in a series called 80cc using Raceway 7 back in the day, and he made one of the best strategy calls I've ever seen in a sim race. Because the race started dry, and 3-4 laps in, monsoon-like conditions, and he pitted on lap 3 for wet tires because he just saw the heavens and decided that he was going to pit. So he was on wet tires before the rain even started. So he went from last, which would have been 24th, to second within 3 laps. Because everyone else had to pit too, and those who tried to stay out for a while ended up even further behind. And they finished that race in 2nd position. Simply through that strategy call of going onto the wet tires. And of course driving really well in those conditions.
Did you saw today MotoGP?
I didn't actually watch it. I don't watch MotoGP.
Oh, we got pit action going on here.
Yeah.
David Jakes, Yuha, and all, the leaders are all in.
Yeah.
Ray Radal also. Everybody is coming in.
Weber and of course Whited and Saber also coming in due to their small bits of damage having been picked up.
Well, okay, Ray Radal did not come in. Ray Radal takes the lead in the Åcerclinth Ford, with Chapman third and Filippo Marazzi, believe it or not, is up to third now. Chapman second, Matthias Weber's fourth, and Titz is fifth.
Yeah, and Juha Bos comes out of the pits first, I think.
Came out of the pits sixth. Jakes is still in the pits. It looks like he's changing tires this time.
Yeah, he's changing all four,
Junt
actually.
has beaten... Oh, Junt and Hackman both beat Jakes out of the pits.
Yeah, Jakes is changing all four tires, eh?
He's changing all four tires.
Yeah.
You can see the left-hand side of the car is up, so clearly he's changing four.
And we can see in the background, Saber and Whitehead is still in their respective pit stalls.
Well, clearly the other cars that got out ahead of David did not, and now David is getting away. Clearly they did not take on four tires and fuel. They took on at most two, so it'll be interesting to see what that does in terms of, as the race draws to a close, did they make the right call? We've already seen that David can come from the back to the front with relative ease, so he probably figures he's got the time, he may as well go for the four tires.
Indeed, and I mean it could be a great goal because he should only need to take maybe right side tires for one more time before the end of this race.
You would think. What lap are we at right now?
I'll just have a quick look. Okay, so they got out of the pits and we are on lap 124.
I almost expected the lap count to go backwards.
Well, we are almost at the halfway point. One more lap to go. We are halfway.
That's interesting. Why is Jason Whitehead down low? Maybe it's a blend line thing again. Although no, now he's going ahead again. Perhaps David Saber's having issues with his car.
Possibly.
He may be finding that it's not as drivable as it was before.
Very easily done in that kind of contact because, well, front to rear contact would always cause a little bit of damage, especially if it's on the side of the front.
Absolutely.
Which you, of course, found out the very hard way, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm really bummed that happened because I was actually having a lot of fun. That was a fun series of laps.
Yeah.
I was getting to slipstream with people. I was, able to get
chance to
underneath
pass a
people
little
and
bit and get
I was
past.
getting some overtaking in, which I don't always get to do. Well, we got the other thing we got coming up, after the break is we've got the next endurance race, which will be Mugello, I believe.
It is indeed.
You got any ideas what kind of car you want to drive for that one? I'm thinking to myself if I want to set up a team of some kind.
We are considering the LC1 alongside a GT car of some kind. Because of it being a Mickey Mouse track, the LC1 may not be good, but a GT car should definitely be able to do reasonably well because of the Mickey Mouse nature of the track. A lot of turns and very tight turns, very few really long straights. The turbo cars will probably struggle a little bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's not a turbo car track, but I'm gonna assemble a super team for Fuji in one of the Rothmans. That's my plan. I want to win in Japan before I go visit Japan in Christmas time.
Well, it's either that or you need to do a one-off for the F1 Championship.
No, if I do any more one-offs, it's going to be on Australia in the rain.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that with my lowly Mazda V8.
The Australia will be only wet race.
Yes.
That's what we're planning on doing. We're planning on having that be a wet race, just like it was in 1991.
It will be big fun.
It'll be glorious.
I guarantee you we're not going to see 81 laps. The 2-hour limit obviously will be put into place.
Yeah.
But, I remember watching that, the taped version of it on CBC, and I couldn't believe how ridiculous the conditions were.
Yeah.
And you couldn't even see the cars coming down the Brabham Straight. It was insane.
I think one of the most...
will be there, say, water behind cars?
Yeah.
Most likely, yes.
They asked Johnny Herbert before the race, how close do you have to be to the red light at the back of the car in front of you to see it? And Johnny Herbert's, well, with your helmet on the lens, just about. That's how close you have to be.
Yeah. I think one of the most ridiculous laps Senna ever produced was at Adelaide as well. In the real turbo car era in '86, I think that would have been.
Yes, I've seen that. It was one of those 1,000 horsepower Lotus Renaults, I believe. Yeah.
That was
Right.
the car moving around on the straights and everywhere was just amazing to watch.
Okay, so we've got a Ford in the lead here for the first time in a while. How far back is... this is going to be interesting because David Jakes is way back in 9th place. We'll have to see how quickly he can get to the front here. It's obviously not going to be as lightning quick as his last run, I'm pretty sure.
He has 4 more positions to make up, so...
He's got a few lap cars in the way, but hopefully that won't be a big problem.
Well, we'll see in a few... We'll make it at 12 seconds time, because then the green flag will be out again.
Alright, pace is being picked up. Ray Radal's got a hefty jump in the field here. You might have to check up to make sure he doesn't overtake the pace car, but coming out of the turn now, let's see. God, there's about even spacing between the first 6 cars.
Green, 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 green.
Indeed, he did have to slow up a tiny bit. Whoa! Look at him down the inside. Goodness, overtakes 4 people back, and he goes into the lead. What the? How did that happen?
Shades of Alberto Ibanez in the 1973 USAC series.
And maybe some Fredrickson restarts.
Indeed. That was that's a jump if I ever saw one.
Goodness, and he's way out in front now. Radal is in second. Chapman is holding third, but he's side by side now with Weber.
He's using support rockets like Hercules plane.
Possibly. Almost necessarily, considering how quick he was then.
It was too quick.
And here he is drifting up the track again. He's continuously running a high line with that car. He's running at what I would call a Richard Petty line, because Richard Petty was famous for running a high line like that.
David, take note.
Well, David's car may not be set up for that, and he may not be. That may not be something that may not be the quick way around. But as we say that, Radal is closing on Jan Tits now, and has a look down the inside. I don't think he has the momentum to take him this time. He has a look on the apron there. I wouldn't do that, Ray.
Not without it being the last lap or something.
No.
Oh, it looks like Weber will get a good run here. Took a high entry and got down to the apex.
Yeah,
really well.
Got a shot here. He pulls out. That was a very late. These 3 are staying together. Meanwhile, David Jakes hasn't really made a whole lot of inroads. He's hovering back in 8th place, so he's only picked up 1 position since that restart. Interesting.
Well, all the cars around him are fairly quick as well. I mean, Marazzi,
It's
despite
true,
the damage, is no slouch. I've seen that.
Juha is no slouch.
Indeed.
And he's now going down the inside of Marazzi. Let's see, David's going to see if he can slip by as well. Looks like he will be able to.
Looks like Marazzi is leaving him the room now, so...
Yeah. Radal's coming under attack now from Matthias Weber. But Matthias backs way off. Apparently didn't quite have the right trajectory going into that turn. But Tits is not getting away from Radal here. Radal is able to keep pace with him.
Yeah, so as I've said earlier, Tits' line works really well in 1 because the the turn entry is wide, and then it checks up, and he's able to get a good run off. But when he uses that in 3 and 4, the turn-in is too tight for him, and he scrubs a lot of speed off.
Yeah, I think that's where Radal is basically gaining back that time, although he's pretty close to him now. Titz takes a evasive, or a... Radal down.
Oh, what a line!
That's very dangerous to put your left front down there. Now he's down.
All right, yellow flag, back it down.
Lead here.
And we have a yellow.
Oh, goodness, what now?
Oh, it's Bob Holada is on the inside of the track here. Oh, we went up high into the wall of 4, and I think he picked up damage because his car was sparking there. And he spins down the inside of the road here, or circuit I should say. And he may very well be out. No engine in the car at the moment.
He's still against the wall down there. Or against the fence.
Yeah. I have a bad feeling that he will be out of this one. Because there's I can't hear any engine running in his car either.
Well, in that case, he's out of the race, because if it's a hard enough hit, the engine will expire. And you can't...
Yeah, he's out.
Well, David Jakes did make a little bit of progress in that green flag run. He's up to 6th place now, behind David Yunt. So he was able to dispense with Juha before the yellow came out.
Yep. And Tit still holds the lead after his miraculous restart.
Man, I'll tell you what, if Tits manages to win the race in the J.D. McDuffie Buick, that's going to be insane, because that car is not a good one. It's not the best one in the mod.
I can attest to that.
People who have a tertiary... Yes, because you were practicing in that car.
Indeed, I was.
People who have a tertiary awareness of NASCAR history will know that J.D. McDuffie was a driver that unfortunately lost his life in a NASCAR road course race at Watkins Glen back in 1991. Yes, Bob Hallat is now officially out of the race. One of the lesser-known facts about J.D. McDuffie, that same weekend, he won a celebrity race that was run at a short track not far away from Watkins Glen. So he took part in both the Watkins Glen NASCAR race, and he took part in that celebrity race the night before and won the race.
And I think it was flown in by helicopter for the race at Watkins Glen the day after.
Yeah. I don't believe he won any races in his Winston Cup career, but it was an interesting postscript to his career that he was able to score a win the night before his unfortunate accident. But of course, the people who are these cars, I mean, not everybody will be aware of who's driving the cars that are in this race. Ray Radal's car was driven by Haas Ellington. The third place car of Matthias Weber was driven by Donnie Allison, who some of you may remember got in that fist fight with Kaylee Yarborough at the 79 500. Mick Chapman is driving James Hilton's car, and he was a guy who raced in many NASCAR races over the years, all the way up into the 90s, actually. David Nyandia is obviously driving Richard Petty's car. David Jakes is driving Dick Brooks's car, who ended up being a pit reporter for NASCAR races on the radio for a number of years. Boss is driving Bobby Allison's car, one of Richard Petty's contemporaries. Those two often were racing each other at a lot of tracks. Filippo Marazzi is driving... I believe that's Ben Arnold's car. I don't know much about him. Jason Whited is driving Leroy Yarborough's car. No relation to Kaylee Yarborough. The spelling is slightly different. Hackman's driving Buddy Arrington's car. David Sabre, I think I mentioned already. Actually, he's in the pits right now, getting more repairs, I guess. He's driving Benny Parsons' car, a guy from Detroit. As far as Halada and Chacon, I don't know much about those, but now that Halada's out of the race, the last car running is Bruno Chacon.
Well, at this rate he may even score a point. At this rate he may even score a point.
Well, score. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know about you, Jonathan, but I'm guessing we're going to have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks on this one.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
That's the good thing with being unemployed at the moment. I don't have to worry. Too much.
No, I don't think you understand what I mean. Monday morning quarterback meaning people who will look at this event and say, "Well, I would have done this or I would have done that."
Okay, my apologies. Yeah,
yeah.
I've never heard that expression for that. So
it's an American term that's used like because football games are on Sunday here.
yeah,
and if stuff goes wrong and your team loses, everybody at work the next day is a
becomes
Monday
the
morning,
quarterback
becomes a Monday morning quarterback, and they're like, "Well, I would have done this. I would have done that."
because
So-
the quarterback decides to place indeed.
Well, a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So what lap are we on now?
We are on lap 135.
35. All right. Once we get inside that 100 lap thing, it'll hopefully it'll go a little faster, or seem to go faster.
For those of you watching who watches or reads manga/anime, by the way, there is a American football manga/anime around that's called iShield 21, and that is quite humorous with a few neat points in it as well.
Well, I could
One
use
who
some
would-
humor after this one, so that'll work. Thank God we've got that 3 weeks, because I think we're going to need it after this. Jan Tits is leading. That's back to green. God, these guys are lollygagging behind him. Come on, don't let him get away. God, yeah, Vidal's got a huge distance. That's way too far. Okay, well he's closer now.
Oh, he'll have to check up.
Yeah, he will. He's
Green,
checking
green,
up.
green, green, green.
Okay, good. That's hats off to Rudolph for doing that, because if he had just like motored on by, that would have been in clear violation of our of our restart rules. But that did cost him, because Weber is now by into second place.
Indeed. It looks like Chapman and Junt may have a chance as well, and of course we have Jakes right behind Junt as well, who has proven that he's probably the quickest driver in the race.
Here they come off the turn now, turn 4. It looks like, yeah, we've got David Yunt coming down the inside now, just around, he's going to take the position from Chapman, who's drifting way up high, and here comes David Jakes as well into 5th place.
Vidal looks has a little bit of a look, but will run wide. I think Junt may just have a bit of a chance going into 3 and 4 on Vidal here. Oh, but Jakes had a really good exit of
Yeah,
2.
Jakes he's got to worry about Jakes behind him. Here comes Weber for the lead. Down the inside into turn 3, and he's got him. Matthias Weber of Germany goes to the front in the Sonny King Ford number 27.
When Junt running the high line.
There, now he's running to Richard Petty line.
Didn't work out for him though, because Jakes got by.
Well, he's dipping down low again now, because he had no slipstream out there.
Ooh, Vidal all over the place. Still held on to it though. Think he may get a decent exit.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, because that car's not handling as well as some of the other ones.
Ooh, Weber scraped the wall.
Jakes
And Vidal
comes
takes the
down
defensive
inside.
line.
Looks like he's going to. Oh, Jakes is on the outside now, trying to overtake. Oh man,
Ooh,
look at
tits
John.
all
He's got
over the
car
place,
all way
yeah.
sideways. Yeah.
Oh, and Jakes forced to take the very wide line because Vidal drifted up just a little bit, but Jakes may know he dips down behind him again. And Junt going for the high line with Bors on his inside, so Bors takes that position.
Weber's pulled out a little bit of a gap here, but not enough, I think, to break away.
Well, Tits, I don't think had that good of a turn there, so he may have broken the draft here.
We'll see.
I think Yakes takes third right there, and I think he'll take second as well in this turn. He does indeed.
Yes, he does. He's up to second now, so... And remember that Jakes is on 4 new tires, pretty much, and the people around him probably are not.
Indeed. If Weber ever needed an incentive to go quicker, this is it.
Oh! Riverdal all the way sideways down in the sidetrack. It looks like he can keep going.
Yeah, nicely held. He was able to keep going. He went on the grass, but no yellow flag.
Thank goodness.
Indeed.
So now the question is, will David's already starting to reel in Matthias.
I think the question will rather be, can Weber stay with Yakes when he goes by?
Yes. Yeah, it's not a question of will he go by, it's a question of will Weber be able to stick with him. Oh, look at how, I mean, he's not even in the draft directly, and he's closing.
That's the benefit of having a non-damaged car.
Probably true. Weber stays up high, drifts a little down low. Jakes really doesn't have any incentive to pressure him.
He'll get him here, I think.
He will, probably. Yeah, pulls out now.
He had a good exit.
Side. Going into turn 3? No, actually. Well, okay, yeah. There he takes the position, so David Jakes back in the lead. So now we'll see if Weber can hang with him. My guess is it's going to be a tall order, but these two have actually broken away from 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, looks like the combination of Tits and Riddle defending holds everyone else back.
Mm-hmm.
Yakes' car is handling beautifully, no movement at all in the rear when as he applies the throttle in 1 and 2.
Yeah, we've got a battle for position now. We've got Yunt, or no, it's Boss and Tits side by side. Tits in a rare move is on the inside. And,
he had no choice.
It looks like
Boss up in the wall.
That forced Verdal way back. He drops all the way back to 8th place, and now we've got Boss up with Chapman. Tits and Yunt are now side by side. Yunt down the inside just manages to nose ahead of Jan, but no, Jan's going to go behind. Is going to slip back in the line. So we've got Yunt now solidly in 3rd.
And Tits really sideways again.
Mm-hmm. Very sideways, and that definitely cost him some time. Chapman now is having to look at it, but he's got Boss right behind him. Nose to tail as they hit the strike.
Right out to the wall goes Chapman, looking for the cut back, not able to do that
boy,
though.
It looks like, yeah, Boss has got him here. He pokes his nose down, and between turns 1 and 2, they come off the corner. He's solidly up into 5th place.
And Vidal in the meantime working a little bit on Malazzi for 7th.
Mm-hmm.
By the looks of things, I'm just seeing it in the background from the onboard camera of Tits.
Yep. David Jakes is pulling away from Weber now. So clearly he's got the straight line speed and the cornering speed versus Weber's car, and Weber has pulled out a massive gap on, and Yunt is now pulling out a gap on Tits. So looks like these three are going to be running basically by themselves, and most of the action will be between Tits, Boss, and Chapman.
Indeed. Oh, Boss in the wall before turning in.
Tits is way high now, again. And that's basically going to... See, the difference now is he was running high lines before and was able to maintain speed. I think you'd agree with me, the last few times he's done that, he's lost time. Now he's down low, and he's drifting up again. Yeah, see, now Boss has got clear position on him, and he goes up to 4th place.
Yeah, I think the problem for Jan is that on a heavy fuel load, his car doesn't really work that well. But as soon as the car gets a bit lighter, he can work that high line really well.
Oh, he's running really close to. Oh! The car got very loose on him there. He had to check up a bit because he had a hit of steam behind Juha, and that gives Chapman the chance to get by. So Tits is dropping back after he had led the race. His car just can't perform at a consistent level, unfortunately.
Yeah, he got really lucky not to end up in the outside barrier and out of the race there. That car movement was very close to Darryl Smiley's back in the 17.
I think you're referring to Gordon Smiley in the 80s.
Yeah.
When you make a correction and the front wheel suddenly grip.
Yeah, and it just shoots the direction of the front wheels.
Oh, Chapman now down the inside. He's going to have a look at Juha. Same equipment. Charger, and he takes the position. Juha's able to keep the car, though, planted pretty low. He didn't drift up the banking too much.
It's in the Skylark trying to stay with them here.
Them. Well, he's going to have an easier time if they keep doing this. Juha coming down the inside. He gets the position back. The problem, of course, is that
back, yeah.
The problem is that he drifts up the banking because of the line he has to take, and Chapman takes it back. So these two are looks like they're very evenly matched.
Well,
and
they have the same equipment, so
same equipment.
They should technically be evenly matched.
And Juha down the inside takes the position again, and
Jan's
loving this because all he has to do is just drive reasonably quick laps, and he can stay right with them because if they're running side by side. Oh, a little bit of contact there with the wall.
That started before the exit of 2.
God, this is further evidence that the 500-mile race is, at least in American racing, is the ultimate test.
Indeed. I'd guess some would argue that Le Mans or the GP of Monaco in European racing would be an equal test.
I still have a hard time believing that they used to, for the Monaco Grand Prix, they used to run 100 laps. That's just shocking to me.
Yeah.
100 laps of that.
That should definitely be able to equalize to a 500-miler on an oval in terms of the endurance you would need to have.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. The people that we have in front. I mean, David Jakes has got, and obviously has the endurance. Weber and Yunt and Boss are guys that we're used to seeing in endurance racing. So's Chapman and so's Pitts. So the guys that we would think of as having good endurance are the ones at the front. I'm sure that's no accident.
Shouldn't be, at least, but some of them
more
lucky than others to be up there at this
time.
At this
in particular, Mick Chapman.
This time in the race, yeah. Chapman and Yunt, to be fair.
Actually, yeah, Yunt's probably even more lucky to be up there. Yunt, of course, won the other Michigan race we ran here, the kart race, by 4 1,000ths of a second.
Indeed.
Beating. Okay, here comes Chapman down the inside. It looks like he's got the position this time. Boss very clearly split a track, but look at this. He's coming back on the outside.
Wow.
Nice. Now he decides he doesn't want to get pinched against the Armco there.
Indeed.
But here he comes down the inside. These two are having a good time.
Yeah. And Ted's looking at this. Should I really get involved?
No, Ted is watching. He's not. There's no reason to. The best thing that'll happen is he'll be stuck between these two, and that would be any better. He's probably content to just sit back there and just hang on. I'm sure
probably.
He's also I'm sure he's also acutely aware that his car is not handling very well at the moment.
He's probably waiting for another 15 laps at least before his car gets to the weight where it works well for him.
This is probably the longest green flag run we've had so far. And if it keeps going at this rate, at some point we're going to have green flag stops, which is going to be, I think, the first time we'll have them in the race, where it actually made a difference.
It'll be very close, at least, to the longest run. I think we have 7 or 8 laps to go before we get to beat the initial green flag run. But as you mentioned, David Jund won the kart race by 4 thousandths of a second. That, I think you were going to make the point, beat the closest finish in the 73 USAC series and probably the closest finish ever at HSO.
We'd have to actually go back and look. There's no statistic kept on the website as to close finishes, but I think it's a pretty fair guess that Jund's win over Jan Kowalski in the Michigan 500 a few weeks ago, it's probably a safe bet that was the closest finish in HSO history. The second closest then would be 5 thousandths of a second, yet last year, where Alberto Ibanez beat Dana Schurer to the line at a, not the same track, but a track that's very similar, Texas World Speedway.
In a very similar fashion as well, except Ibanez went for the pass on the last lap, compared to, I believe he went for the pass at least, compared to David Jund holding on to the lead. As we speak, it looks like Michal may have broken the draft here.
Yeah,
slowly pulling away.
Slowly pulling away from Juha, and now Jan has an opportunity to close. He's still close enough to have slipstream. What lap count are we at right now?
We are on 156.
156?
Yep.
Well, we're getting to a point where, I mean, if we have a long green run here, these laps will unfurl a lot faster, hopefully.
I think the next pit stop would more or less be 165 to 175. Would be the pit window. I believe this is still the closest battle on track.
Boston Tits, yeah, I would think so. Tits is he's able to go into that corner with the car all the way sideways.
Which is incredible that he's able to do that without losing out too much.
So, basically, if anybody's going to beat David Jakes, it's going to be in the pits, but even that seems unlikely, because clearly David Jakes' last pit stop, he took on 4 tires. The others did not.
Oh no, Tits in the wall! Oh, Tits heavy in the wall.
That you just had a very, very sharp.
All right, yellow flag. Back it down.
Obviously, he's going to bring out a yellow.
Yeah.
But he had a very, very hard impact with the wall.
That may very well have ended this race, because that should be a hell of a lot of damage.
That was a very, very sudden very, very sudden incident too. Oh, I see what happened. He came off the corner, he was loose, and it basically put the car onto the apron and then shot him right back up into the wall. That's really unfortunate because he was having such a good run.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
So the cars are going to get collected up again.
Yeah, but at least we got a decent green flag run that time around.
You think it's time that we look at the answer for the trivia question?
Yeah, I think that should be a fair call. It's lap 160. We are almost 100 laps from when we asked the question, so get ready to know the answer. I just need to scroll down to where the answer is. Here we go. But I'll quickly
I know
ask,
what the answer is.
I'll quickly ask the question again before we give out the answer, I think. Just in case anyone watching wasn't watching when the question was first asked. So the question is, Richard Petty holds the record for the most wins in NASCAR's top-level series, that being 200. Who is in second place with 105 wins? Was it A. Bobby Allison, B. Cale Yarborough, or C. David Pearson? And once, so you can give out the answer to the question in 3, 3, 2, 1.
Pearson.
It's Pearson indeed, so the answer was C. David Pearson.
David Pearson and Richard Petty were involved in many close finishes. Probably the most famous one was the 1976 Daytona 500, in which they battled right down to the last corner. Richard Petty had gotten underneath David Pearson. It was lap 200. They're coming out of turn 4, and Petty's car drifts up the banking and basically just clips the left front fender of Pearson's car. Both cars spin. And this is the two lead cars spinning on the final lap, final corner. They impact the wall. They're coming down towards the line. Petty's car stalls in the infield, and he can't get it restarted. Pearson is still running, comes limping across the line with a broken front end, and wins the race. Speaking of which, I believe...
That's one amazing finish. Sorry, go ahead.
It's on YouTube, and it's pretty amazing. Jackie Stewart, of all people, was the color commentator in the booth. I couldn't believe it. Interestingly, David Jakes did not make it out of this first. That's a surprise to me. In that pit stop, Matthias Weber actually got out first.
Yeah, but I suspect everyone behind David Jakes will have changed at least 2 tires, and David Jakes should only have put fuel in, so...
Yeah. Matthias Weber here leading the race, and as they come around here, probably hoping that Bruno Chacon will go into the pits and not be leading the serial back to green, and indeed he is going to come into pits. This time he doesn't have his friend Bob Halata with him.
Yeah, Filippo Marazzi and Adam Hackman. Adam Hackman is still in this race, which is great to see. He has been struggling in the kart series, but here he's still in the race despite all the
he has been
all the incidents he's been involved in.
He had a pretty dismal time in the Michigan 500. He was out of the race just 2 laps into it, and I know he was particularly disappointed.
But hopefully this will put a sweet feeling if he can finish this race towards the rest of the autumn season, as it were.
I think anybody who makes it to the end of this one without without being out of the race will be happy. On the other hand, there's only the top 5 score points, and as it is right now, we have Weber, Jakes, Boss, Chapman, the top 5. So if the race finished now, those are the only ones that would score points. Hackman's got a massive dent in the front of his car.
How many cars are in same lap?
At this point, 11. Bruno Chacon is not on the lead lap.
I was going to say earlier when you were talking about the finish between Pearson and Petty that That probably beats the well, not the finish, but well, it would beat finish, but maybe not the race that Danny Sullivan had in the Indy 500 in '85.
Well, in that case, there was no contact.
Indeed. But still, to be able to do a 360 on a live track without stalling and without ending up out of the race or without being hit.
I think even Sullivan would say that that was a bit of luck.
Probably, yeah.
As
But
much as he would like to take full credit for that, I think even he would go, that was a bit of luck.
Yeah.
So if you're driving the LC1 at Mugello, who are you going to have drive with you? It's got to be someone who hasn't driven it before, per the rules.
I've said to David that since he's going for the win in the series, if possible, I've just said, well, I'm consistent. If you want me to drive alongside with you, then just tell me and I'll help out. So probably it'll be David. And to be fair, I'm pretty good on setups compared to him. He just throws them together, and usually they don't work for extremely well for him compared to if he gets a little bit of help. With
Well,
the
you got
setups.
the feature that you can have like the default setup be the one you like, so that's not always a problem. If you
Fair
got one
enough.
that's so you're not necessarily stuck with the setup that he has. Okay, it looks like we might be coming back to green here.
Well, I have
Maybe.
I have a friend, Norwegian, called Ole Marius, and he I do endurance races with him, and I've raced with him in different series before that. But currently, we're doing an endurance series together. But he is the kind of guy who doesn't matter what car it is, as long as it's on default setup or whatever, he just drives and he drives fast. So it doesn't matter what I do to the car, he just says, the car is great. So we sort of have a third guy, a Scot, who can tell me exactly what the car is doing and even show me what the car is doing. So him and me makes a setup, Ole Marius drives it fast. Sort of like these all drivers still have to do it, I believe, with no telemetry going back to the pits. That they have to tell the team what they want for the car. But as you say, we are going back to green.
Green.
And it looks like Yates has a good run.
Oh goodness, he's just gonna motor on by.
Well, that's a very well-read start for him.
Boss is
Like for the there were no overlap.
Oh, they're hanging with him
Well, not anymore.
a little bit.
Both of them got sideways in 3 and 4, so I think,
Yep, bye-bye.
yeah.
God, it's the David Jakes show.
Well, I don't think he minds it too much himself.
No, I mean, he's won the F1 championship already for this year, and now it's clear that his skill set is not just limited to open-wheel lightweight cars. It's also applicable to closed-wheel overweight cars. Looks like we got David Yunt closing on this group too.
Yeah, definitely seems like it, and it's still trying to hold on the high line here. Chapman also trying to catch back up. I think he ended up behind a couple of slower cars, or lapped cars maybe, and that's why he's a little bit further back. I'm supposed Bors isn't able to get by Weber, but maybe he has picked up some damage which we may not have seen.
Potentially.
Oh, we have a spinner, I think. Looks like a car off to the inside. Yeah, it is David Saber on the inside grass, but he was able to keep going. I don't think we have a yellow.
That would be fantastic.
Well, that must have been a very close call for him. Let's see if we can. Yeah, he just got he got loose coming onto the back straight.
So we've completed 167 laps now.
Yep. We have a bit of almost side-by-side action. We have side-by-side action back there. That's
Tits and Chapman, but the interesting thing is it's not for position. Tits is actually a lap down.
wow.
It appears right now. Tits is running 11th.
Yeah, he is indeed a lap down. That's very unfortunate for him.
And that would make sense because of the issue we had earlier. He was in pits a while, so he's basically out of contention. Even now, the car is looking really, yeah. This car is past its sell-by date, I think.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Apologies if I clap my hands here. I have a buzzing mosquito or something like that flying around. It's a bit irritating. So just a bit of a warning in case I clap my hands. And sorry for my earlier clap.
Okay.
I tried to get him, but couldn't quite get to him. But here comes David Junt getting ever closer to Juha Boss.
Yeah, he's reeling him in slowly, and Chapman's dropping back. So it looks like he didn't that didn't work out too well for him. Matthias is hanging in there in second place, and Junt clearly has the measure on Boss. I think Juha's car is not performing as well as it was earlier. Oh, he slides way up the banking. Junt just motors right by. So handling-wise, I think that Boss is. I think he's either picked up damage we didn't see, or just the car isn't just handling right for some reason.
Maybe he hasn't changed tires, so he's on very old tires, and we're seeing the effect here. Maybe the same for Chapman actually, since he's dropping back, because he's been fairly quick as well.
That's 170 laps complete, so closing in on the end of this race. Only 80 laps to go.
Just about avoiding contact was Boss there with Junt. Boss really attacked the entry of 3 and got right up to the bumper of David Junt. May even have scratched it, considering how close he got. But Bo's car works really well in the draft on the straight, but in the turns he's really struggling.
Yeah, he's definitely got the straight line speed, but it's clear in the corners. Junt is doing better.
But Boss has realized that now and just trying to hang on and try to help Junt to make a bit more speed here. I actually had a very interesting set of races. A little bit of club racing at another side. We were racing the Caterhams in our factor. Caterham academies, which are fairly slow, but the draft makes a huge difference. We were changing position 3-4 times a lap around Silverstone, because every straight someone would have a run on someone else. I get the same feeling for Boss here. He has to draft to get by, but he wouldn't be able to stay ahead.
Yeah, Jakes is absolutely just checked out here, leading by several seconds. Boss actually is staying right with Junt. Now he's back behind him again. He's going to take a look coming into the first turn here. It looks like he might get him.
Yeah, he's clean past before they even turn in.
Wow. So maybe we wrote him off a little too quick.
Well, Chapman has closed in, so it may be that he felt, I can't stay here anymore. Chapman is closing up again.
Maybe.
Junt clearly is slower in the straight line. He's losing time even in the draft. And of course he is carrying quite a bit of damage to this Junt, so that would explain part of that, I suppose, with a worse aerodynamic situation for his car. Even though the cars are more or less bricks, his car clearly will be a little bit slower in a straight line.
Man, so now Juha's like pulling out a decent gap. So a minute ago it looked like his car wasn't handling too well, but now he's like he's way out there.
Well, Junt had a very good 1 and 2 compared to Bose, so he closed up just a little bit. Looks like Bose is having just a little bit of inconsistency because he was running really quick earlier on, but as we've seen, he is struggling now, and Chapman has finally found his feet because he is closed up really quickly to these two.
Okay, so we've now completed 175 laps. So before we know it here, we're going to be closing in on 200.
Which will be a nice change if we can stay green for more than 35 laps here.
Yeah,
especially with a green flag pit stop, that would be really interesting to watch.
Here comes Chapman looking at Junt now, down the inside.
Really nice line.
And he's similar, I believe. Yeah, he's got him now. Junt is staying down the inside there.
Yeah, Junt is really struggling in a straight line with that car. Oh, and Bose hits the wall on the exit. It was a hard enough hit to make the sound, so it wasn't just a scrape.
Oh goodness, so he's going to have an excellent opportunity here, or Chapman is, to close in. It's amazing to me that Junt is able to keep that car as low on the track as he is this late.
Here comes Chapman.
Here he goes, down the inside. And we've seen these two really well matched earlier in the race. There he goes.
This is exactly what Junt needs as well, these two to be battling a little bit.
Yeah, so you can hang with them.
Yeah. Although he is quite a bit back already here.
Yeah, I wonder if there might be an issue with Junt's car.
Possibly, I don't know if this particular mod simulates damage over time, if that makes sense. That maybe his suspension is starting to give up or something.
Not sure.
When Bose hits the wall again.
I heard a pretty heavy impact there. Was that was Bose?
Yeah, that was Bose again hitting the wall.
Goodness.
Oh, but Junt had a beautiful 1 and 2 there, gained a lot of time on both Bose and Chapman.
Meanwhile, oh goodness, Jan Titz is right up with Marazzi. Oh no! I believe this. No, they're okay. They're still going, but good grief, it came very close to a serious incident. I don't know if those two are even on the same lap.
I don't think they are. Oh, it was as Titz jumped out of the draft, the car overdid it and he hit the wall pretty hard here. He actually climbed the wall with his front right tire.
Oh goodness. You're lucky to even be in the race still.
Yeah, technically, considering how hard he hit the wall when the last yellow was called.
This should be completion of lap 180, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just making sure. I'm keeping count manually over here. I just want to make sure I'm...
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, David Yates still holds a massive lead here. He has more or less the whole back straight now, I think.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, he has the whole back straight and, for his lead here. He's absolutely flying.
Coming off the turn now. I mean, this says a great deal about David Jakes' abilities as a sim racer. Because, you know, he started the F1 season driving McLaren, and we immediately were like, alright, this is not fair. And to David Jakes' credit, he stepped out of the car, got into a Jordan in order to try to even things out, and then he continued to dominate.
Yeah.
And ended up just walking away with the F1 crown. So the ability is clearly there. But here he is in a completely different kind of car, completely different conditions, completely different driving technique needed, and he's running away with it. So that's volumes about his versatility.
Indeed. Something to note was that one of the quickest cars back in 2012, I think it was, when the 1991 F1 model was run. Technically it was one of the fastest drivers as well. I think it was Yves Placet who ran the Jordan. Was fighting for poles and wins with Greg Goyson back then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the Jordan definitely has potential, but of course it needs a driver to get that potential out of the car.
And Michal Janak, who's in the booth with us, periodically chiming in. I mean, I think everybody is. I mean, it's unfortunate that he hasn't had a chance to be in the winner's circle yet, but I wouldn't count him out in the last few races with that Ferrari.
Indeed, there's been a lot of improvement and a lot of more speed out of Michal and the Ferrari in the last couple of rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Monza was great race. I little lost at the start because the Benettons were very fast. And they had little lower wings, and my new teammate is maybe faster than me, and the half of the race I overtook my teammate Ray Riddle, and was a little faster. Then I changed tires and get some speed, and I was little by little going to Pascal Mikula, but fight with my teammate was losing time, and Pascal win maybe by this.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how you do in the last few races. I'm going to be looking forward to it.
And so will I, both to see how you get on and how I myself get on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm feeling with a quicker teammate I've had several times during my life as a sim racer. Most recently with Martin Lacina and the AGS F191.
Mm-hmm.
We had the same, more or less the same setup, but he was 2 seconds a lap quicker than me. And I have no idea how we did that.
Martin is a very fast driver in our GPL league. In past he was very fast, but often end race in crash. So I usually wait on third, second place, and keep holding the car on the racing circuit. Little vulture strategy.
Well, you also have the kart series to look forward to, the rest of it, because you're driving Emerson Fittipaldi's Patrick Lola. So you've got the 87 car, which is not quite as good as the 88 for most of it, but you do have the Chevrolet power. So that you could see some interesting results there.
Yes, the qualification in last kart race was great. I was very high, but on race start I lost the line and must make room to others. And lately I was at 8th place, but lost concentration in the middle of the race and hit the grass in apron and took off.
David Jakes is coming up now on Adam Hackman. He's going to put him a lap down.
And Hackman stays wide, very neatly done by him. Ooh, Jakes hit the apron just a little bit then. Yeah, many drivers did that in the kart race, so it was clearly very easily done. But when we have Jan Tits in the wall up ahead, and he now runs nose to tail with David Saber for not for position, my apologies.
Hopefully these guys are paying attention to what's happening behind them here, because you got the leader coming up to them. It would be a real shame if something were to go wrong this late in the race.
Indeed.
I would think that there's probably going to be at least one more stop.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there weren't one. Someone may try a two-stopper if there's a yellow.
Well, we'll see.
And get on 4 new tires and just gun it for the last few laps.
We're closing in on the last 100 miles of this race.
Ooh, Tits.
Tits goes down the inside. What's he did?
I think he got caught out with a draft and loss of or a lack of.
All right, yellow flag. Back
We
it
have a
down.
yellow. We have a yellow. Oh. Not sure where or what yet. Well, I'm quickly trying to have a look.
Radal is is out of the race.
Oh dear me.
So, and his engine let go.
Oh no. That's the ultimate deal of frustration that must be this late in the race as well.
Oh no, I see what caused the yellow. It was a Felipe Razzi had an incident on the backstretch of some kind.
Well, yeah, because I was trying to go back to the back with Riddle, but he has been in the pits for quite a while, so his engine let go. 8 laps ago now.
Well, this basically takes the question of green flag pit stops out of the scenario. Okay, Jason Whitehead and David Saber are going to get a free lap here. And this is interesting. Jan Tits is being waved past. Not sure what that's about.
Well, he may have been ahead of the
Potentially, he was ahead of.
Jakes
Yeah,
when
he
the
must
yellow
have
was
been
called.
ahead. So those three are now going around the track and keeping the lap that they were on.
I wonder
So-
where is. Okay, so everyone was very far behind at the time the yellow was called, because or going somewhat slowly maybe.
This is our first DNF that's engine related. Ray Radal. All the other ones did not specify engine. So now, I mean, obviously, we know what's going to happen now. Jakes, Weber, Chapman, Boss, all these guys are probably going to come into pits for the last time. This is most likely going to be the very last stop.
Indeed, and David Jakes clearly has
Here they
a
are,
bit of an
coming in.
advantage, considering he has already changed 4 tires.
Yeah, everybody's in. Exactly that order. Everybody's in. All of the leaders are coming in. David Jakes stops. Weber is stopped. Chapman stops now. So let's see what happens. They're all real close together here.
It'll be
Everybody's
Weber or
in the pit.
Jakes first out, I think.
Probably, because he was the very first in. Yeah, basically everybody's in here. The only people that stayed out were the... Oh, look at this! Matthias Weber is first away.
Oh, and Chapman goes as well.
Chapman's first away, and it looks like Jakes is now getting away. So Jakes had a longer stop than those two. Yunt is now away. Yuha Boss is taking longer, but Yunt has got a... No, Yunt actually backs off. If he had stayed on the throttle there, he might have been able to beat him to the blend line, but he didn't choose to do that.
He
Whitehead
may want to run in his route instead.
Maybe. Whitehead and Sabre are still in the pits. So that puts Matthias Weber back in front, with Mick Chapman in second.
And here is another bit of play. Sabre didn't go on throttle. He was staying in the pit boxes to let Whitehead go by.
Okay. So, the lap count now is, where are we at now?
We are at 193, 194 as we cross the finish line.
Okay, so when we come back to green, we're going to have 100 miles to go, roughly. And assuming that, I would think that potentially the cars could make it without another stop. We'll see.
It'll be tight, but
close. Sabre's coming in again. Apparently he has further work that he wants done. Oh, Hackman's also in, so is Marazzi.
everyone who was a lap down.
These were the guys that were a lap down.
Yeah. Sabre did pit, but maybe he made a mistake of not filling up the tank properly.
I don't know. He came in and now he's back out again. That was a very short stop.
Maybe he got a penalty. Maybe he got a penalty then, of some kind.
That wouldn't make much sense because penalties aren't assessed on yellows. So
Strange.
don't know what that's about.
Very strange.
Or as David Jakes would say, I don't know what that's about.
Yeah. Too bad we don't have a proper Southern American accent in the booth. That would make it complete.
Oh, we normally would have Mr. Scott Urich here, but he's not. So.
Well, he said the
Although
NASCAR race was going at the same time, so he may decide to watch that instead of joining the broadcast.
Well, I mean, truth be told, Scott is not actually Southern. He's from Columbus, Ohio, and that's
southern enough for me.
That's too far north. That's too far north. You have to be in like Virginia or Kentucky before you even start to be considered Southern.
Well, as I said before the broadcast to you, Jason Whitehead should. If Jason Whitehead had retired early and joined the booth, we would have definitely had a Southern accent in the booth.
That's true.
Since he's from Texas.
You're stuck with a Yankee. Sorry about that.
Could be worse. I suppose.
So, I'm curious about it. It looks like the Ray Riddall retirement probably happened before Marazzi had his spin on the backstretch. Because when I looked at the lap chart, I just happened to notice it right before right as we went yellow in it. But I don't think it happened at the exact same time necessarily.
Riddall retired 8 laps before the yellow, so.
Well, there you go. His engine expired, then he was able to get it into the pits, or he
got it somewhere else where it was safe to park it and get out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we've seen what happens when with Matthias Weber when he's pursued by David Jakes. So unless he made some major changes in that pit stop to his car, I don't know. He might not be able to. I mean, this may be a very short battle. We'll see.
Well, is there any major changes you can do in the pit stops? I haven't looked too much at that. I was just looking at getting the car.
You can change the bite of the car in the front. You can. There's a few things you can do here and there.
Okay. A few things that makes a huge difference. Would be the describing factor maybe. Och David Junt heads into the
Oh,
pits
now
again.
that's interesting. David Yunt is coming into the pits.
That must be a fuel strategy thing. He don't
it
think
has
he
to be because
he doesn't think he can make it from the initial pit stop.
No, he's gambling that the race is going to go further, and this is a fuel gamble that he's taking here. He's going to top the tank, and he's hoping that he can get a little more distance out of the car. And because there's so few, I think that's a smart thing to do actually, because there aren't that many cars left in the race. There's only 11, and of those, there's only like about half of them that actually have a shot at winning. If you can call it that. So he figures he's not penalizing himself too much, although he does have to get back.
Well, indeed. But also, if there is another yellow and everyone pits, he will have less fuel to put in.
See, the danger now is now he's leaving the pits, but he's got to really book it to get back with that group.
He will make it no major problems. They aren't even halfway down the back straight.
Okay, then I suppose he's all right.
Now they are down the half the back straight. So
yeah, the pace car is getting ready to come in now. Yeah, you're right. He's going to be okay. He'll just get to them probably when they're at the back of the as they enter turn 3.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, here he comes. So
Okay.
he's trying to stretch that fuel window as far as he can. If other people have to stop and he doesn't have to, he could pull a big surprise. Although, whoa, he's got to jump in the binders here because big accordion effect.
Looks like it's
Green, 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 green.
and the green flag is out, and there's a big gap for Weber here. Chapman
Weber
has
got a
left a
great
big
start.
gap.
Weber got an excellent start, and Chapman was able to hold off Jakes.
Yeah, still holds him off at least through 1 and 2. Not
Goodness,
so sure
this
of the
is-
exit though.
This is reminiscent of the lead that Ray Radal had, or I'm sorry, that Jan Titz had when he came out of nowhere and took that. Okay, so now David Jakes is clearly by Mick Chapman.
When he stays in the groove all the way through, that's a beautiful driving.
Yeah, so now he's setting his sights on Weber, and unless there's going to be an abrupt change of script, we'll probably be seeing David back in the lead again in a second here.
Indeed. And I notice in the background Junta's got to buy 2 cars on this opening lap here.
Now, they might not even be cars that are on the same lap with him.
True,
David
but
just
still.
goes down the inside, makes it look like it's God, he just makes it look way too easy. Sweeps by.
Well, when the car is working really well for you, it is technically very easy.
Yes, that's true. So yeah, in this instance, watching David Yunt, he is in 7th place right now. His the nearest car to him is David Saber.
Oh, and that's Weber jumping into the pits on the green. What the?
Oh goodness! Weber is making a pit stop. Actually, he goes clear through.
Did he pass the safety car when the restart then?
No. Well, maybe. I'm going to look at a replay of that and see, because maybe he just.
Because that's the only reason I could see for a drive-through here.
Yeah, it was yeah, you know it is. It's a drive-through penalty. He must have overtaken the pace car.
Big shame.
He must have overtaken the pace car at the start, and I mean, he did have a huge jump. So maybe that was why he overtook the pace car. And this mod does dish out penalties in the form of drive-through penalties, not stop and goes. So yeah. It looks like that's what happened. That would explain why he had such a big jump.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for him, but...
That essentially takes him out of contention.
Yeah, unless there's another yellow, of course.
Meanwhile, Jakes is driving away again. Chapman is... Actually, Juha is closing in on Chapman now, so these two may have yet another battle. These two have consistently been the most... the two that have been battling the most with each other throughout the race.
Indeed, and Junt is having a run on Adam Hackman to gain another spot
Yunt is
on
already
the
up.
lap.
Well, with Weber going into the pits, that elevated Yunt to 7th, and now he's up to well, actually he was a lap. The Arrington car was a lap down there, Adam Hackman, so that wasn't a pass for position. And
This
neither
is
will
also a lap down.
this will neither be a lap for position. So
But still,
really,
he is running pretty fast here. He has closed up on Saber and White ahead.
wouldn't it be an amazing turn of events if, because Yunt made his pit stop at the very last minute, and these other guys may not be able to stretch the window as far as they like, and he's able to sweep past all of them.
I'm getting the sort of the animated Pixar Cars movie in my head when he gets punctures on both his rear tires and everyone comes across the line at the same time. But in this case, it'd be the guys ahead running on fuel vapors.
Yeah.
To try and get to the finish. Because by the looks of things, Yunt is definitely quicker than White than Saber at least.
Absolutely.
Even while running on his own compared to the two guys ahead, which is even more amazing. So whatever he's done to the car, it's definitely worked out well in the pit stop. Because he didn't quite have this speed on the last stint on the race.
That's true. He might have also made a change of some kind to the car.
Yeah, he may have done this. He may have changed on the 2 pit stops ago, and that didn't work. And when he came in now, he reversed the change.
Now he's closing up on. He's really closing up on.
Yeah, he's definitely
Saber.
going quickly now.
Yeah, no question. He's going to overhaul him on the straight here with no problem. Well,
not quite. Saber had the draft.
Well, he's got him now. Saber was benefiting from the slipstream of Whitehead in front of him.
Indeed,
And now
look at Whitehead's car. That's a battered one.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
he's one of the few people in the race in a Mercury, which people would say, well, that's a Ford anyway. I'm like, yeah. Down the inside he goes. Yeah, so Yunt is now showing the kind of pace that we would expect from David Jakes. And, unfortunately, it's quite late in the game.
Well, the strategy may still come to him, no?
Well, if he
As
keeps
we
running,
mentioned.
if he runs this fast, he's burning fuel. I mean, who knows? It may come out in the wash. Who knows? We'll see.
There's 45 laps to find out.
Yep.
This is definitely an intriguing situation.
Yeah,
Well,
because
that
he
was
clearly.
difficult to say.
Because let's think about this. He stayed out. He stayed out longer than the others. By it was a good 2 or 3 laps under yellow that he stayed. And the car obviously makes a lot more fuel economy when it's just running under yellow. So he got 3 more laps under yellow than those guys did. So that's nothing to sneeze at. That might actually make the difference.
Indeed. And he's catching up to both Boss and Chapman here, so I'm actually intrigued. I'm just going to have a quick look what kind of lap times he's running at the moment.
Yeah, what kind of lap times is he running in that Ford?
Let's see, I'm comparing. Let's see, 42.1, low 42s for Jakes. For David. Let's just scroll down. I'm also trying to find his quickest lap. If I can. I did it pretty early, but he is running high to mid, or sort of mid-high 42s, 42.5 to 42.7 at the moment.
Alright.
So I mean, it's slower than Jakes, but it's definitely nothing to scoff at because it's quicker than everyone else except Jakes. By the looks of things.
Meanwhile, Whitehead and Saber look like they're going to start shaping up a battle here eventually. Saber is slightly faster than Whitehead, it appears. Poor Weber is stuck all the way back now in 7th after that after that drive-through penalty that he got.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but you have to follow the rules.
Yeah, and Jan Tits is that accident he had in turn 4 really basically took him out of contention. He's all the way back in 10th now. He's only risen one position, and that's because Radala retired with an engine failure. And he's tackling the back of Weber.
And here comes Saber. He has a run. Oh, he hits the wall a little bit. Oh, and David Junt got by Juha Boos up front as well. Or
Goodness,
up ahead here.
God, he dispensed with him with no problem. So yeah, Junt is clearly. I mean, I would think the fastest car on the track right now is obviously David Jakes, but Junt has got to be close to that.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be. Now we'll see how how quick it'll take him to close in on Chapman.
It's about half a second a lap pace difference at the moment between Jakes and Junt. But it'll still be interesting. Oh, Saber got really loose coming off of 2.
Yeah, he's got to watch it. That car is kind of on pins and needles at this point.
Yeah. But he really wants that position. That's 5th position in the race, isn't it? So
Hard to believe that Junt is running 3rd place and running as fast as he is after he got T-boned by Mike Becknell earlier in the race.
Well, T-boned first by Becknell, then someone else got into it as well. Hit him a second. I think he ended up on the inside, so that would have been Adam Hackman who hit him a second time in that
Yeah, it was pretty,
that accident.
A lot of people caught up in that didn't really have anywhere to go.
Indeed. When Saber again, he really is driving the car hard. He's either taking this 5th position or he's spinning it. And he really had a good run on. Ooh, White was able to just about hold on the mid line through the turn. Ooh, Saber really loosened in the draft on the exit. And here's some other kind of engine in the background. Oh, here comes Marassi up the inside. So Marassi gains that position from him. No, sorry, he's a lap down, my apologies. I didn't expect that, so Marassi is definitely pretty quick here as well.
Okay, David Jakes is coming up on Bruno Chacon. So hopefully he's able to get by without an incident.
Well, he's staying very, very low here, so he leaves a good bit of safety margin just in case something happens.
Yes.
That's again very heads-up driving. And also looking at this, David Junt has gained about half the distance he was behind Chapman by the time he got by Boos, so Junt will, by the looks of things, soon be up in 2nd position here.
Certainly seems that way.
He has a beautiful 3 and 4 and gains even more time. Currently it's beautiful to see David drive this car.
Well, it is nice to see the Petty Enterprises Ford doing so well, because this is the car that most people would associate with American stock car racing on both sides of the Atlantic. So, especially since Richard Petty brought many cars to Goodwood over the years.
Indeed. As I mentioned in the start of the race, that even as long as you're a motorsports fan, and maybe even if you're not a motorsports fan, you will know of the name of Petty.
Yeah, there are certain names in sports that even if you're not a sports fan, you will know them. You're not a basketball fan, but you know who the Boston Celtics are. You're not a baseball fan, you know who the New York Yankees are.
Indeed. Even if you're not a race fan, you probably know who
Richard Petty is.
Yeah, or Ayrton Senna.
Yeah, and he is definitely closing on Chapman. He's reeling it in slowly but surely.
We'll give it 2 laps here, and I think he'll be by. 2 laps tops.
This is an amazing drive, actually.
Yeah, considering what happened on lap 42 or thereabouts. Is he going to get him around outside? Surely not.
No. He's just saying, "Here I am."
Oh, he has the cutback though. Oh, what a run!
Yeah.
Wow.
You just gave him the Roy Orbison treatment. Blew by you.
Indeed. Holy mother.
God, he's gone. So now the only car left for him to overtake is David.
Yeah, but it's quite a ways up to get to him. It's the start
The
finish
only hope
straight.
he has is if there's a yellow. That's the only hope he has, I think, of catching David.
Yeah,
at
unless
this point.
David Yates runs out of fuel, of course.
Yeah, and he has to stop.
Hmm.
But that's the thing I wonder about, because David's running, has been running at a very, very fast clip to get up to second place. You wonder if that'll nullify the fuel advantage he has.
Well, yeah,
I
maybe,
were
because Yates has dropped quite a bit of pace on the last few laps here.
Well, the maybe David Jakes is trying to save fuel, but David Yunt could pull a similar trick if he wanted to. Although I doubt he'll really want to do it. He could try to pick up a lapped car that's running a similar pace.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong times here. Yates is running the low 42 still. Well, low 42.3 to 42.5 at the moment. So he's running still. Let's have a quick look again at Yates, Yunt as well. Yeah, he's running well. David had a 42.4 the lap he got. The lap he had a draft of Chapman on the start-finish straight, but otherwise he's running mid-high 42, so 42.5 to 42.7. So it is half a second or thereabout difference a lap. And 13.5 seconds on the road. But it'll be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. It'll be 31 laps at the start-finish line here to go.
David Yunt dispenses with Bruno Chacon.
I'm falling asleep now. It's Monday.
Well, it is 12:45 a.m. so well 12:30 more or less a.m. in Central Europe here, so it is understandable that you're a bit
It's
tired.
second racing day. So thanks for commenting and bye bye.
Alright, take care of yourself, Michal.
Take care, Michal, and thanks for joining us.
User disconnected from your channel.
So it's understandable that Michal decides to head for bed here, but we still have 30 laps, maybe 29 now, 30 laps, 30 laps to go here. So we'll probably be done at about 1 a.m.
Oh, jeez. I'm never going to hear the end of this one.
At least the point scorers will be happy with it being a bit longer.
Mm-hmm. David Jakes coming out of the last turn here.
Yeah, so it's the last turn difference between Yates more or less.
What are the lap times looking like?
Yates is still pulling away. He pulled about 3/4 that lap. Yates had a couple of slow ones, but now went down to 42.3 again.
Well, if you're Yunt, I suppose it doesn't make much sense to try to run him down. If you have that fuel strategy that you're on, it's not a strategy that you run the guy down with. Your strategy is to try to make it on the fuel you have and have him run out of fuel and have to pit one more time. So yeah, it doesn't make any sense for Yunt to be trying to catch him right now.
Indeed, it's about half a second. It's about half a second a lap difference in speed. But it's really impressive to see David Yunt's time here. He's within 1.5 tenths each lap. for the last
Yeah.
8 laps now.
The only real concern he should have right now is to keep himself ahead of Chapman, and that doesn't seem to be an issue.
No, indeed. And maybe try to save a bit of fuel if possible while doing
if I were
that.
him, I'd be trying to breathe the throttle a little more than he normally would.
He's definitely consistent, you have to give him that. It's
No,
really
he
impressive
is.
to see.
Yeah.
I mean either way, whether he finishes first or second or further down, he's done a brilliant drive in the last half of this race.
Probably. I mean, not to take anything away from David Jakes, but it could be the drive of the race, simply because of the adversity he's had to overcome.
Indeed. I must say the spirit of the race, if there is such an award, I think that should almost go to Filippo Marassi, who's been involved in 2 or 3 I think now, incidents and is still running. Actually still running in 8th here. A lap down of course, but still running and doing a really good job. And of course Adam Hackman too should probably have that, since he too has been involved in quite a few incidents not of his own making. Especially not the most recent one with him and Saber, I think it was, right?
Speaking of which, David Saber is closing in on Matthias Weber right now. Looks like there could be potentially be a battle here shaping up.
We can definitely hope, and Jason Whited isn't that far up the road either.
Actually, now that I look at it, it's closing in on Whited again. Whited slides high. Weber might have a chance to get underneath him here, and this is an important... Oh, yes, he does. He gets right underneath him, and he's up into 5th now. This is critical because 5th is the last points-paying position.
Well, if we don't get a battle for the win, we'll definitely get a battle for 5th place, I think.
Yeah.
Well, Saber really working all over the start-finish straight there as he
Yeah.
ducks in and out of the draft.
And this battle's not over. Whitehead is right with them. Still, he hasn't lost any... He hasn't lost any time. Whitehead's in a Mercury, and Matthias is in a Ford, and then that's essentially the same equipment.
Yeah, just that the Mercury, if you go by the name, is a little bit heavier. Sorry, I couldn't. I've been working.
The badge is a bit heavier.
Yeah, I've been working on that for the past 120 laps.
Oh, really?
Trying to get that one in there.
The right moment to whip that one out. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like now Saber's closing in on Jay. I mean, of course, those of you who don't know much about this series, I mean, back at this time, there were a lot of ways that people were able to cheat or bend the rules to their favor in order to get an extra advantage. Like, for example, everybody had the same size fuel tank they had to use. But there were some people who would weave an incredible amount of fuel line through the car, all the way through the roll cage and all over the place, inside the roll cage so you couldn't see it, but that would be good for a couple more laps. Also, they used to... I mean, the cars had to be all the same weight, and they used to balance. They used to make sure they're all the same weight.
All right, yellow flag, back it down.
Oh, we have a yellow.
Oh, yellow.
This is good for David Junt.
This is the break that David Junt was hoping for. Who is the?
Looks like it's Jan Tits.
It's Jan Tits.
Oh, he got high up again and went to the inside. He was really lucky not to do the exact... Oh! Wow. Rick Chapman was really lucky not to hit him.
This is the umpteenth time that Chapman has avoided disaster in this race?
Yeah, probably. But as I said, Tits got really lucky not to hit the outside wall again in the very same spot.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is setting up a... This could set up a very, very interesting finish, and it's taken us forever and a day to get here. But, oh yeah, he did. He backed it up into the... Oh my goodness, you're right. I'm just seeing the replay now. And yeah, man, Chapman, that's probably Chapman's biggest near miss of the day.
Without a doubt. That was really,
Okay.
really close.
Let's see what happens as they come around here, because if Jakes has a fuel issue, he's probably going to go for the pits now.
Indeed, and even if David Junt follows him, he will have a bit of an advantage because he has less fuel to put in to make it to the finish. If only a few liters, but a few liters makes a couple of seconds.
Well, we've seen what Junt can do to the other cars. He's just closing on them, even when he doesn't have a draft. So his car is performing beautifully. So if anybody's going to give Jakes a run for his money at the end here, it's going to be Junt. I mean, nobody else seems even to have the ability to do that.
Indeed.
Like, just, it's not even, I mean, he's the only one that's even close. This reminds me of, like, the kind of a run that Bill Elliott would have in the mid-'80s. Okay, here's Jakes. No, actually. Oh, Junt is going into the pits.
Really?
That's interesting. That's
Wow.
not what we would have expected at all.
Well, maybe he's hoping that they'll pit on the next lap because they realize they won't make it.
Maybe he realized, yeah, I mean, if he's having to come into pits, then these guys surely are going to have to. I mean, if not, we may have to we may want to inspect David Jakes' car for that fuel line thing I was talking about.
Indeed. Well, it's 20 laps to go at this point in time, so it will be extremely close, no matter what, I think.
And David's been out in front like a lot of the race, so he hasn't had the advantage of cars to draft off of. He's been basically out by himself most of the time.
Indeed.
So he's never been really in a fuel-saving position, ever. Not that I can remember. He's always been charging right back to the front. As soon as he gets back in the order, he's back up front, you blink and you missed it.
Indeed.
So,
well, another... Whether you're talking about the fuel lines and all that kind of stuff, I get I get the feeling that one of the later ones to do that was Walkinshaw.
yeah.
And a Walkinshaw Racing stable with. I heard in one interview that they had put concrete or something in the roll bar and stuff to make it even more rigid, to try and get an advantage that way to make. Because the roll bar would be a little bit lighter but still more rigid.
Alright, let's keep an eye here on David Jakes, see what he does.
I think it was concrete, at least it could have been some
He's
pressurized
staying out.
oil or something.
He's
But
staying
he stays out, wow. So he's rolling the dice here.
Well, we've seen that, I mean, really there was very little for Junt to lose, because he can just carve through that group of cars like they're just standing there. It's just a matter of does Jakes have enough fuel to go the distance?
Yeah, it'll be really. I think no matter what, it'll be really close to make it to the finish for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. Maybe this yellow saves them, but then why would David Junt have to go into the pits again?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Why would he even come in if that's the case? Because clearly he has more fuel than David does.
Yeah.
Or David Jakes.
The only reason I can think of is that he's tried another tweak to try and make the car quicker again, because
Well, maybe. He wasn't in the pits very long.
maybe just a splash and dash them to make sure he
Possibly
can make
just
the finish in
insurance,
that
who
case. Yeah,
Who knows? I'm sure he'll be able to explain it to us after the race.
Indeed. Well,
If we're even awake to then.
well, it will be a thrilling finish no matter what.
Yeah, I think so. This is one of the last oval races we'll be running this year. We've got a couple more coming up with kart, but not going to be many more.
And to be fair, I think many of the guys would be very happy with this yellow to give them just a little bit of a little bit of a respite after that long green run.
That was the longest green run we had, for sure. So how many cars does David have between him and Jake's here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
6, 7,
7,
8. 7, I think.
I thought I counted 8, but let me see. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, sorry,
4,
you're right.
5,
It's
6, 7,
8.
8. He's got 8. Yeah, Chacon's behind him, so he doesn't have to. I mean, again, it's not like he has to get to the front quickly. If it's all about fuel strategy. If wouldn't it be interesting if Jake's is doing the same thing, waiting a little bit and then coming in right? Although I don't know, this may be. We'll see what the pace car does this time around, but this may be the last lap before they come back to green. If it is, then that strategy wouldn't work.
Indeed. So let's see. We are on lap 232.
Mm-hmm. 232. So 500 miles. And the pace car is staying in the middle of the track, so it looks like we got at least one more lap. So if Jakes wants to go into pits, now's the time.
Now's the time, indeed.
Yeah, he's got. This is it. He's weaving back and forth there. I don't know what that means.
Worrying about the tire temps, maybe.
Only worry about that when you're coming back to green, and clearly we're not. I wouldn't have picked a Plymouth Roadrunner to win this race.
Well, I wouldn't know what car to pick in the at all. So
I would have probably picked a Ford or
possibly a Dodge.
Mm-hmm. Up. No.
He's playing with us.
Deliberately.
Yeah, he's playing with us. He really wants us to think.
He's playing with us.
You need to take a serious talk with that guy after the race. He can't do that to us.
There's no rule that says he can't do that. We did. You remember in the Cleveland race we were doing that.
Oh God, yes.
Remember we were like going to the inside by the pit wall or past it even, and then going back.
Yeah.
Trying to fake people into going to the pits.
Yeah. Try being a commentator in that kind of situation. Wow.
I was really lucky that I didn't when that big bottleneck happened in the pit lane.
Yeah.
With Boss and like Forrester and Drexler, I believe. It was.
Yeah, that was. That's really unfortunate. The only time I've seen that is on pit entry V8 Supercar racing at Oran Park, and that tight pit entry there, someone ended up pretty much front to back to the walls there and couldn't even move, couldn't move out of the way. So it took him two race laps for him to move out of the way.
All right, here we come back to green. Why? I mean, how David is out there? I mean, he's gonna have to. I don't know. I'm not sure I understand any of this.
Either he knows his fuel limit exceptionally well, or he's playing the either I'm winning or I'm not finishing at all.
Maybe they're
game.
Maybe Junt was out of sequence in some way before. I don't know.
Green flag, go, 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 go!
Either way, we have 17 laps to go. As the green flag is out.
So Junt's gonna now try to overtake. I mean, he's going 3 wide with.
Holy moly! Oh, it looks like he gets both. Is he going to get both in this turn?
Yes, he is. He's gonna
wow.
get both of them. That car is clearly performing well.
Oh dear!
Oh goodness! David Saber just bounced off the wall really hard, but he's able to keep it going, thankfully.
Weber on the apron. But David Yates here pulling out a bit of a gap. Mahasi takes down the inside line there to hold David off, but David's up the inside.
With David Young coming down, it's almost 4 wide.
Wow.
And just like that, David Yunt is up to 3rd place.
Tits. Hold it, Tits. Come on, go to the grass if you need to. Good. Oh, well held, man.
How did he save that? How did he save that?
That's. Oh.
Well, now he contacts the wall.
No, Flip is off. That's yellow.
Right, yellow
That's
flag.
yellow.
Back it down.
Oh, and that's a big crash for someone else. I think hit Marazzi there.
Now, is he going to be able to keep going? He's still rolling.
Yeah, we still have a yellow though, unfortunately.
Oh, jeez.
So that probably saves David Yates, and he won't have to have to pit.
Yeah, so now it's not a. Yep, there goes the pace car. So basically, David Yunt's gonna get one more shot at Jakes,
Indeed.
and so is Chapman. But I think obviously, Jake. If anybody's gonna, like we've said, if anybody's gonna take a shot at Jakes, it's gonna be David Yunt.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm just trying to look at what happened here. Marazzi checked up to not hit Juha Boss up the rear after Juha checked up to avoid Jan Tits, and Marazzi just lost it on the return throw, as it were, and ended up right in the way of I think that's Adam Hackman. No, sorry, that's not Adam Hackman. That's Matthias Weber getting involved with that, and both of them ends up on the inside grass.
Man.
And I think Marazzi got hit by Bruno Chacon as well, who had more or less nowhere to go.
Come on, guys. We want a green flag finish here.
Well, it'll definitely be a fight for the win here, I think. If Chapman is really sporting, he'll just move out of the way so that the two Davids can go at it full out here.
Wouldn't it be amazing if Yunt could make it 2 for 2 at Michigan this year?
It would indeed. That would make him the Michigan master at HSO for sure. And I think we will have, depending on how long this safety car period is,
10
we'll
laps
have
to go
11
when
or
we
10
come
laps
back.
to go, yeah.
Roughly 10 laps to go.
Proper sprint to the finish.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, how do you think this one will end up?
I don't know. David Yunt has pulled some last lap magic in the past here, so I wouldn't count him out.
Indeed. And both Chapman and Boss are still in with a shot here, as is everyone else on the lead lap, so that would also be Matthias Weber and let's see, David Saber is also still on the lead lap here.
It's pretty amazing, though. I mean, after all the domination that David Jakes has done all day long, it would be akin to Bill Elliott domination in the mid '80s. Here he is. It comes back to one last restart between him and the first. All those cars are up there. So is Juha, actually.
Yeah.
Juha's there. Matthias Weber is further back in this serial.
Yeah, he's this has 6 cars back as Marazzi heads into the pits, so he can't make it.
No,
so
he's probably got damage as well.
Yeah, of course.
After that,
that's true. My apologies. But it's interesting to see that Matthias Weber ain't going into the pits, even though he made contact with Marazzi in that one.
As well, Marazzi obviously came off the worst in that incident.
Well, indeed.
He was very lucky to even have the car get back on its wheels again, frankly.
Yeah. And also, I think many of the many metal workers in Michigan will be happy tonight.
Yes, lots of shops in Brookline getting metal work.
Indeed.
On Monday morning. And lots of people getting a good look at that green Camaro might show up at the dealership the next day.
Indeed. It's a neat looking car, no doubts about that.
Yeah. Got it. I'd love to be a fly on the roll cage in Yunt's car right now.
Yeah. I think it would be pretty much silent in that car, to be fair.
We could pop in there and ask him how he's doing. No, no, let's not do that.
Well, we could,
I
but
think actually, the interesting thing is I think Jakes and him are in the same chat room. In TeamSpeak.
really?
Yes,
Oh.
they are. Oh, you're not going to believe this. It's Mick Chapman, David Jakes, David Yunt, and Yuha Boss all in the same chat room, all in the same channel, and that's the first 4 cars. That's nuts. They're all sitting right there in a line, and they're all talking to each other right now, probably too.
They're probably saying, "Move out of my way." No, you move out of my way. Sort of situation.
I wonder what kind of deals are being made right now.
Indeed.
Shadows are getting really long here.
Indeed. Usually, what goes on in the TS channels, though, is at least early on in the races, is there's a crash. There's a crash in 2 sort of situations, and try to warn others.
Yeah,
Others in the same
that's
TS
what it's
channel.
good for.
That's sort of I was in the same TS channel as complete brain freeze again on names. I'm so bad at names. David Yake's teammate in F1. Yeah.
Oh, only the guy who's been leading all day. Okay.
Yeah, not. It's not David Yake's name I'm missing. It's his teammate in F1. He drove the Pat Patrick car in the kart series earlier. Scott.
Oh, Michal Janak.
No, Scott. Not Scott Jurek, the other Scott. Oh,
Oh.
for God's sake.
Well, I'm blanking too. So.
Sorry,
One more
Scott. But Scott is his first name, I think, at least. But yeah, I was in the TS with him.
Oh, Jason Fitch.
Jason Fitch, for God's sake. Sorry, Jason. Oh. Yeah, it's been a long evening. Let's just say that, I think. For both of us. But yeah, I was in the same TS as Jason Fitch, David Yakes, and David Yunt for the F1 race at Monza. And there were a bit of talk about there's a crash, and then suddenly just came from me, I'm out. Because I picked up damage, and later on that damage caused me to go on the grass going in Tascari. That was sort of race over. Because the car is straight ahead into the barrier. But anyway, back to the action here. I think we may have a green flag here if we're lucky. This time by.
As they say in this part, it is show and tell time.
Indeed. I think whoever wins this will be cheering a little
Yes,
bit, but
here we
then, yeah. The
I'll tell you what, if I'm David Jakes, I'm boozing it up tonight.
Indeed.
On the
If
other
he
hand,
wins it.
Yeah.
That's
He's
the problem
taking a
at the
high line
moment.
here. That's interesting. Okay.
He doesn't want anyone to pass on the restart.
No, that's true. So, that's true. That's exactly what he's doing. You're right. He doesn't want anybody to get him up high.
But David is
Eight
trying
cars.
to leave a bit of a gap here, so he wants to get a good slingshot here.
All right, here they come.
Green, 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 green.
Yeah, and Yunt
Here
goes
comes
up the
David
inside.
already.
Oh, and Tit's looking up the inside as well. This could be ugly.
Oh goodness, Yunt didn't.
Oh, but Chapman runs wide, and that's Yunt
Yeah,
through.
Yunt is now by. So now we've got the two heavyweights in the race running together. So if anything's going to happen, here's the chance. 3 wide behind Yunt and Jakes.
Ooh, ooh, oh dear, oh. Ooh.
Oh man!
He even
Boss
stays
goes
off
way
the wall.
high. Tits is in the middle of this, but he doesn't. He really doesn't have a horse in this in this race. Mad scramble back there. David Yunt has not lost ground to
Well, he has lost just a little bit of ground, but
Little
not
bit,
too
but
much.
he's not enough that he would break away. So, but yeah, Chapman now is falling back into the clutches of Matthias Weber. But this race is not over yet.
Owen Yates runs just a little bit of a wide line this time around. Still looks like he's pulling away just little by little here. So the only question is, can he make it on fuel?
Well, that last
And will he
yellow might have-
avoid making mistakes?
The only possible way that it makes a difference is if, because he didn't come in. Maybe there's some change that David Yunt made to his car that could make a difference. Looks like the gap is holding steady right now.
Yeah, more or less, he's not losing as much time as he was before the stop, but whatever he has done to the car, it's not quite enough yet.
Yeah. How many laps complete this time by?
We have 2:44 completed, so we have 6
Alright, yellow
laps to
flag,
go.
back
Oh, we
it
have
down.
another yellow. No.
No!
What happened?
This is ridiculous.
Oh, we have a big crash here. Jan Tits on the inside and Hackman upside down in the pits.
Oh, good grief! It came down the banking and ran into Hackman.
Oh no.
Oh man.
And Hackman is out of the race. No.
The
You can't be serious.
question will be: can we get back to?
We
might have time.
We may have a white green.
A green-white checker.
Yeah.
Ugh. Or a white green. Yeah.
Yeah. And I really feel for Adam Hackman. He stayed with us so long, and he ends up out of the race with less than 10 laps to go. Wow.
I'm not entirely sure. Tits. Tits didn't. It doesn't look like he had control over his car because he came straight down the banking. Tits actually ran into the officials there. They're okay. And you know what? The hilarious bit is Tits is still going.
Oh, for God.
Yeah.
So let's
Isn't that the
see.
way it's...
Oh, yeah, it is. So Tits got loose in the middle of 3 and 4. Completely lost it, went up into the barrier, and the car... Well, looks of things he just lost it as he came off the wall there and ended up right in the path of Adam Hackman, and again had nowhere to go in this race.
Good grief.
And he hits him and ends up in the outside barrier, and I think that's what flipped him over. And he just skidded down into the pit road upside down. Wow.
So coming by this time, it will be 2:40.
2:46.
6. So at the very most, we're going to get 1 lap of green here.
Yeah. But if we get the white green, this will really be a sprint to the finish.
Well, only if there's no incidents.
Now don't be so pessimistic, man. You need to try and keep your spirits up.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean, I agree. And we overshot my estimate. It's now almost 1:10 AM.
Yeah, but not by much.
Indeed. And either way, hopefully this will be a really neat little finish if we get the white green, of course.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully.
I mean, if we get the white green, surely David Jund will be very happy with that, since he was dropping back.
Yeah, he's got one more shot. And previously, he couldn't take it full advantage of it because he had to get around Chapman. This time, he doesn't have that problem.
Indeed. I think if he's able to get a decent run and can stay in the draft through 1 and 2 and be close enough, he should be able to use the draft to possibly go by in 3 and 4 and take the win. But that's of course in a perfect world.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think he can go by him in 1 and 2 and stay ahead, because David Yates is flying down the straight.
The way that you do it is by slipping underneath and going into 3 and then trying to defend. That's the way you do it. That's the only way that it works.
Yeah.
You're not going to do it with sheer slipstream. That's not the kind of track this is.
Well,
can you imagine what this would have been like if we had done like a short track race?
we'd have 2 cars remaining.
Yeah.
Trenton with these cars, or something like that. Yeah.
We thought about Trenton actually, but in the end it was like, no, Michigan will probably produce the best results, the best interest.
Yeah. And it of course makes it a little bit easier for those who runs kart, at least, because they already know the general layout and feel for the track.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're coming, as we come by now, we'll have completed 248, right?
Yep.
So if we see the next time around, if we see the pace car trending to the inside, we know we've got a sprint, a 1-lap sprint.
Let's hope for that, because if it finishes like this, it's a bit of a bummer for such a long race.
Yeah, absolutely. I was hopeful that this race wouldn't be a yellow fest. I guess I was foolhardy in that sense.
Well,
oh well.
Well, it is what it is. The cars are difficult to drive, so...
Mm-hmm.
So... yeah... I'm actually crossing both my my long and my pointing and long finger on my hands for a green and white here.
Yeah. After all this time, it'd be amazing if it came down to just 1 lap.
Indeed.
Alright, keep an eye on that pace car.
Come on.
Come on.
Little fella.
Come on, you. Come on, come on.
Yes, we will have a green
Yes.
flag. We'll have a green white. Yes!
Yes.
Alright.
Fantastic. Let's go for
Alright.
it, boys. Chapman dropping back already. Doesn't want anything with the lead battle of my things. Yes, this is fantastic.
Here we go, guys.
Come on, everyone behind, just keep it clean for God's sake.
Yeah, please, just keep it clean. So we can complete the race, so we can race all the way to the end. Here we
Leaves
go.
just a little bit of a gap here.
Yep.
And there goes Yates.
Green, 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 green.
And the green is out.
White flag.
And of course we have the green, the white as well. Well, maybe gone. Depends on how good these two can make turn 1 and 2. Jund gets a really good turn. Fantastic turn by David Jund here. He is in the draft. He could have an opportunity, if only a slight one.
He
Come
might.
on.
He just might.
Not quite, but if Yates makes the slightest bit of a mistake, David makes it instead.
Nope. Looks like these guys are gonna cruise
but
through.
back behind, Juha Bors goes by Mick Chapman. Mick Chapman ended up wide. So David Yates takes the win in a dominant fashion here.
No, wait. Or was that it? Because I
Yeah,
didn't see
this-
his time come across. Okay, that's it.
This
So
is the
David-
finish. So
Alright,
David
good.
Yates takes the win in a dominant fashion, to be perfectly fair. He did an excellent job in this race. Second to David Junt, who too did a fantastic second half of the race. Absolutely brilliant drive. Juha Boos gets third after a late race pass on Mick Chapman on the last lap. Matthias Weber gets fourth in his battered Sunny King Ford. And Mick Chapman gets a disappointing for him, I'm pretty sure, fifth after running third at the restart. Sixth for David Saber, seventh for Jason Whitehead, eighth for Filippo Marassi.
What's David Jakes? He's got to go to Victory Circle.
Ninth
Oh,
for
maybe he's doing donuts.
ninth for Jan Titz, and running out the field in 10th was Bruno Chacon. Let's have a look at this. He's burning the wheels. He's trying to do burnouts at least. Yeah, he's doing.
Yeah, he's doing burnouts, but he missed Victory Circle. There's a Victory Circle here that he could go to, and he missed it.
Well, he could just straight line the grass here to be perfect.
No, there's a barrier there.
My apologies, I didn't quite see that. Oh well, you can't blame him for wanting to do a couple
I
of donuts
suppose.
after 500 miles here.
Yeah.
Because that's a really, really stellar drive.
Mm-hmm.
Really good job by both him and David Junt and everyone who finished.
Junt is the
perfectly
one
fair.
that just really floors me.
Yeah. Yeah, what a race that ended up being.
Well, I'm going to leave it up to you if you want to hang out for interviews. I'm going to go take care of housekeeping issues, but you're a real trooper. Thanks for hanging in there. This was a lot longer than I think both of us wanted it to be.
Yeah, it's no problem. So I'm a night owl after all, so I'm not even tired at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I just read a comment on the game chat. Hey Jason, we finished!
Yep.
Yeah, my god. Wow.
Weber's upside down. All right, I'm gonna go take care of the results. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, thank you for joining me in. Condolences on not making the finish.
Yeah, I wish I could have been there. Take care.
User joined your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
As we are just joined by, let's see if we can have a look, David Yates, our race winner. Good evening, David, and congrats on a fantastic race win.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I can
Definitely had the Roadrunner hooked up. We had a lot of work done on the setup, and definitely paid off.
Yeah, you had a fantastic line running there and stayed more or less untouchable for the whole race. I can also hear that you're very tired after this race here.
Well, that certainly took a while. Well, it was surprising that a couple times there it felt like we were going to get some green flag runs, and it just seemed to get interrupted right when we were approaching the pit stop. So it's a shame we didn't get to see how that was going to pan out.
Yeah, it was a big shame indeed, and just interested, were you ever worried about David Junt when he got up to you in the last 15 laps or whatever it was that he was right behind you? That he would be able to challenge you for the win?
He certainly had some pace. That last run, well, not the very last run, but I guess the last 40 laps there, it was all about saving fuel to try to make it to the end if we didn't get a caution, and then unfortunately we ended up with 2 there quick at the end, so that took the saving requirement out of the window. But I think the one thing about my car, it was fast, but definitely didn't like the entry. It got sideways, and I wasn't the only one. I think I saw a couple other cars out there that was suffering the same problem, especially when half the fuel was burnt out of it. Really got wild on entries. You really had to be precise.
Yeah, I think the one I saw the most have problem with that was Jan Titz. He was sideways on
User joined your
at
channel.
least 2 times every 2 laps. Oh, that makes no sense, but yeah, he was sideways on the entry a lot. And we also joined by David Junta, who's 2nd place finisher. So let's see.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, David. I
I'm-
can't think of any more questions at the moment. But again, congratulations on your win and for an excellent drive.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for sticking with the broadcast. I'm sure that was a long one for you too. It was definitely an enduro race out there, but happy to hang on to it. And thanks to everybody for helping me out with the setup. I got to thank Mick specifically. Definitely work on Mopar, work together, Plymouth and Dodge together a little bit. But good race, everybody. Thanks for sticking with it.
Cheers. And David.
User joined your channel.
You had
User left your channel.
You had a pretty interesting race going there. Had a decent early race, and then suddenly smack bang in the middle of everything.
Well, I have to thank Paul Motonen for helping me with the setup. The guy made his setup was really good, but I missed getting the gears correctly again. I started with like 60% engine life, and because my gear setting was not perfect for it, I was like revving so high that I used too much fuel and I was using too much engine. I was using too much engine life up. I was losing a bit too much. So I had like to, in the end, like staying behind a bit to save fuel because I was revving so high. I mean, like 7.5 is a bit high in these cars, and doing some strategizing, and in the end, being able to go back there. I made a wrong tire decision somewhere, didn't notice it, and I suddenly dropped like 2 seconds. I was nowhere. So getting that yellow when Lacina dropped out was quite important for me. In the end, I finished with 19% engine life out of 62 at the beginning. So I guess I got lucky this time, but of course I'm very glad to have finished 2nd in this quite high attrition race. Also, I'm sorry to Jason White for when he was trying to like pass me. I thought like it would be better to draft together, and he was trying to overtake and then tapped me and spun. And at the end of the race, I did like to pass David Saber right away and tried to go the inside. It was a bit too late. Tapped his rear quad on the left and spun into the barrier. Didn't mean that. Well, I'm still sorry. I didn't mean to get in the way there and like people spin. Just a slight, yeah, just got it slightly wrong. I hope I didn't give them too much.
I think it's good to stand up for if you've done something wrong. So I think it's perfectly fine, mate. So yeah, I was surprised when you dropped back. So that was only tires. I thought you had done some kind of small change in the setup during the pit stop. So that was why you were dropping back at that point.
I've made so many pit stops. I don't really know what's happening anymore.
Okay.
I'm really tired. 4 hours of racing.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. So yeah, let's jump to our 3rd place finisher, Juha Bors. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I got it on the last corner for Mick.
Yeah, we saw that in the background.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised to get draft on him exiting turn 1. I just pulled alongside. Well, I just have to try this further forth. And he went so wide, he just left the door wide open for me. All I had to do was stick it on the inside to prevent the red car, Matthias Weber, to pass me. Must say, pretty surprised because I couldn't catch. I didn't have the split 2 Davids in front of me. Matching Mick was very hard, so 4th was on merit the best I could get. third was way above what I expect to here.
And I think, from what I saw, you were not really involved in any incidents either. You were sort of able to keep it more or less completely clean.
Not exactly. The very first crash where I think it was Jan Tits went sideways and Becknell. Some people slid into my path. I can't remember who I hit, but I couldn't avoid them. And I dropped all the way back to 20th because I had a puncture. And after that, I just climbed back up the field.
So you did.
So
So you did the same thing as David.
Yes, exactly, but he did better than me. Apart from that, I don't think I hit the car except Bob Hollada, to which I should apologise because I hit the brakes too late while catching the safety car. So I gave him a little bit of a nudge. But apart from that, didn't brush any doors. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, that's definitely a merit in its own to be able to drive the race more or less clean. So yeah, let's see. Any thoughts to round out the race or event from either of you in terms of the race or preparation or how it turned out or so on?
Well, probably would be nice if we had a few less yellows because we didn't have green ones. That's the risk you have with over racing.
Well, same here, really, because I was joking on Teams saying, just give David the fuel ready. We're just trying to make it longer for him to get it. But otherwise, yeah.
Yes. Yes, but I said you should give the first trophy to Mick. Well, I got it from anyway. See, anything can happen. It's not over till it's over.
Indeed. So yeah, with that I think we will end off the broadcast after 4 hours and 45 minutes. So yeah,
Well, it's just short of 5 hours. Do you get paid for overtime?
I don't know. I will have to take that up with Jason White, I think, or Richard Coxon, maybe.
Maybe he'll give you some. Maybe he'll give you some gold stars for talking us through for 5 hours.
I can always hope. Anyway, congratulations once again on finishing the race, and to both of you for finishing on the podium.
Thank you very much. We'll enjoy your broadcast later in the week, probably.
You will probably have to watch it in portions because it's so long. But anyway, again, thank you very much for joining me in the booth for the post-race chat here, and thank you everyone for watching, and I hope you, even though it were quite a few yellows along the way, you will have enjoyed the broadcast. But anyway, from me and from David, Juha, David, and Jason, and Michal, who all joined the broadcast booth, and all the racers, of course. Thank you for watching, and I hope you tune in 3 weeks' time when we will be back with the kart series from Toronto. But until then, take care and have fun. Series from Toronto. But until then,